What's this?
It's an extension cord. Okay. Thank you all for your patience. I want to apologize for us starting a little later. If I can ask Ms. Sanchez to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Down there, so I just realized I'm going to
Label. Full house.
Okay. Oops. Sorry. Do you want Cameron to go? For the first item, information item, Superintendent Student Advisory Council SAC report. Ms. Sanchez.
Well, hello. Good evening.
Good
evening, board members, Dr. Petticone, Ms. Durkin, and guests. Our last SAC meeting was held May 1st at Pueblo High School, and we would like to thank Principal Ms. Vivi Watt and Learning Support Coordinator Ms. Veronica Viornet for being gracious hosts, but especially Juana, who is our Vice President, and Ms. Viornet for waking up super early to make chilaquiles. So this was the last meeting of the year, and our goal was to do elections for the new SAC officers of the 2013 and 2014 school year. In this last meeting, we reflected upon what we accomplished for TUSD. When reflecting upon that, we had to look first at individual schools and at the broader picture. Our high schools were given the opportunity to either continue the kindness campaign at full force, take on a college and career readiness campaign, or really do anything that they saw fit for their high school. Some high schools decided that the kindness campaign was more needed because of high levels of animosity among student groups, while others decided that they wanted to focus their efforts on student achievement. In reality, when lending a hand to others who needed knowledge about college, their passions, their careers, that in itself was kind. Therefore, it is possible to say that our college readiness campaign was a kindness campaign. Even though we did not put up massive 10 by 10 murals this year, we did put up a fight to make our schools better places. Schools such as Palo Verde High School recognized how their exceptional education students were being ostracized, and then they took the initiative to spread the word to end the word. Tucson High School SAC significantly increased levels of awareness regarding the importance of kindness in college readiness. As a whole, TUSD SAC members learned that our potential has no limits. We are capable of accomplishing grand things. It is just a matter of taking action, and that we can do. Now for my personal story. I attended Tully Elementary School, a place which laid out my educational foundation. Here, I can remember being entertained by my third grade teacher, Dr. Venegas, and I can remember being a competitive learner in class. In class, we would play a quarter game that tested our knowledge on the state capitals and some rivers. I would always end up tying with my friend Marcos because my teacher would not let us get more than a certain number. I think it was 7 quarters, but I really can't remember exactly. It was there I realized that I was capable of accomplishing anything I wanted. It was just a matter of doing it and having a purpose in mind. A couple years later, I attended Mansfield Middle School, the Pink School, and now I will be graduating from Tucson High School, and I actually only have 5 more days of school left because of AP tests, so it's just a very emotional time right now, and it's very surreal, and as I venture into the real world, I will always carry a part of TUSD with me. The smiles caused by SAC, Mr. McCullough, Mr. Barola, my learning support coordinator, who was awesome, Dr. Petticone, Mr. Dudash, my freshman English teacher, Mr. Almquist, who I think is out there. He was my drama teacher for 2 years. Woo! Yay! Madame Yonkers, my French teacher, who was my teacher for 4 years, and I love her. Mr. Shire, my junior English teacher. My best friends, they just cause so many smiles. My art teacher, Mr. Miller, who taught me really how to think, because I walked in there and I was like, oh yes, I'm going to get an A, but it was actually very hard and I had to work. Wow, that was my hardest class at Tucson High, really, my art class. Mr. Smith, the head of the lunch department, who we just belled because we thought that he didn't get recognized enough for all of his hard work. My math teachers and everyone. I will reflect but not dwell upon instances in which I thought I failed And it is because of these instances that I am a better person. It is because I have grown as a person. I will remember the remarkable as well as the idle teachers, and I will tell everyone at Bowdoin I had a rewarding experience, but that I look to the present and the future because these are the only instances which I have control over. I cannot control the past. And I am extremely grateful for the efforts that TUSD has made to contribute to the person that I am today. And as my TUSD story ends, it continues with SAC and our new leadership. And at this time, I would like to introduce our new president, Madison Dodge. Woo! And our co-vice presidents, Sarah Ridings and Ashley Faig, who are over there. And I am sure that you guys will continue the SAC tradition and make TUSD a better place. And thank you very much. And I'm just so happy for you and everyone. Thank you, TUSD.
Thank you.
So you slipped it in there a little casually. You're going where?
I'm going to Bowdoin College, which is in Brunswick, Maine. It is very far from here.
Yay, congratulations. We'll miss you, but we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Lobster.
Lobster.
Yeah.
Lobster's going to be awesome.
Lots of
One
butter.
of the reasons why I chose to go there, actually.
Thank you. Dr. Petticone.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I want to also say thanks to Evelyn for the work that she's done this year. And also, I think there's a sense of grooming that goes on among the SAC group, and you have 3 really outstanding officers that are going to take over this organization. And what Evelyn has said and what we've reinforced is that the board is supportive of the student board representative getting involved in board meetings. And while they can't vote unless they get elected by the public, and they don't, they certainly can have input, and you welcome that input. And that's what we've encouraged Evelyn to do this year. I think you've seen a more assertive member as a representative on the board, and I think you're going to see the same thing from Madison and the other 2 officers, Ashley and Sarah. So I thank Evelyn for her guidance and her leadership. It's been good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn.
All right, we're on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Petticone.
Okay, this is I have a pleasure to introduce this group tonight, and it'll be kind of a lengthy one as we introduce the Odyssey of the Mind teams. And I'm going to ask them to, where are they? Are they in the audience or are they outside? They're all outside. Let's have them come on forward, and we'll try to get as many students and representatives here as we can. I want you to see these kids as I talk about them, and also their coaches.
Come on, guys.
You can line up.
Line them up up here.
However you like.
Aren't kids from back?
All right, as they're coming in, I can begin so we can move forward a little bit. But tonight, the board and I would like to recognize the McGee Middle School and Sabino High School Odyssey of the Mind teams and their advisors. Marjorie Letson, head coach of McGee team. Joan Flannery, assistant coach of the McGee team. Is Joan here? And for the Sabino team, we have Mark Calhoun, head coach. Mark. And Jim Edwards, co-coach. All right, really proud. Both teams are headed to the World Finals at Michigan State University.
Awesome.
So we're okay, now let us brag on them a little bit. The Odyssey of the Mind is an international educational program that teaches students to learn creative problem-solving methods while having fun in the process. According to Mark Calhoun, by tapping into creativity and through encouraging imaginative paths to problem-solving, students learn skills that will provide them with the ability to solve problems, great and small, for a lifetime. According to Marjorie Letson, Odyssey of the Mind is the largest creative problem-solving competition in the world. Each team must present its solution to a designated problem with an 8-minute time limit. The details that each team uses to guide their solutions are 6 to 8 pages in length, and students all over the world have been creating solutions to the same problems. Both Marjorie and Mark agree that Odyssey of the Mind helps students to develop team building skills, learn to examine problems and to identify the real challenge without limiting possible solutions, nurture their creative thinking process. And students of all types can find something that appeals to them, and the fun of participation leads to interest in regular classroom lessons. McGee Middle School will represent the state of Arizona as state champions in the Odyssey of the Mind World Finals in all 5 competitive problems: vehicle, technical, classics. Now, this is a little different pronunciation. It's architecture, structure, and drama. Sabino High School will represent the state in both categories in which they became champions: structure and architecture. The requirements for the architecture category include creating and presenting an original performance that includes a replica of a documented architectural structure that was built between 1000 and 1600 AD. The performance includes art, investigation, songs, and choreographed movements. In addition to being scored by these parameters, they are also scored on their style in accomplishing these tasks. As an example of that, McGee scored a perfect 350 by building a replica of the Grand Chinese, it's pronounced Xi'an, drum tower, and created 3 original art pieces. The amount of time, thought, and effort these students invest in each category is, quite frankly, amazing. So we'd first call up the McGee students and their advisors, and we have some certificates for them. I think Mr. Juarez and Ms. Foster are going to give them out. So we're going to do each one of you, and do we want to have, do either of the advisors or any of the advisors want to say anything to the governing board about the competition or about the kids? Anything you'd like to say at all? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, please.
First, I want to thank our principal, Mr. Erickson, for supporting McGee. And you cannot have a strong Odyssey program without a principal right behind you supporting the program. And this is an amazing problem-solving activity for our children that will help them become leaders of the futures. I also want to say that McGee will be competing in all 5 problems. Will probably be the only school in the world doing so, because that is extremely unusual to be the state champions in 5 problems. So we're in Division II middle school, and look forward to seeing us you know, how we do this year. Last year we took 4th in the world in drama, so we're really looking forward to being in the top 10 this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. I'll pay you for those comments later on. I appreciate it. In all seriousness, though, this is an amazing group of students, and I heard this young lady on the dais tonight speak about her experience in TUSD. These guys, I'm just going to do this real quick. Team, are you ready?
We are ready to take on the world.
And when they say that, they mean it. This is an awesome group of students. I am so proud of them. Thank you.
All right, so here we go.
All right, Stanley Wong. And Daniel Robacker. I was halfway there. Christian Trejo. Sophia Schneider. Alex Riddle. Addison Plummer. Megan Lynn. Amanda Lip. Heather Lewis. Elizabeth Leong. Lauren Lacasse. Lacasse. And Taylor Killian.
Let's see here. Well, first and foremost, congratulations and good luck. I know you guys are going to do great. I got Marjorie Letson. There you are, the head coach. Thank you. Joan Flannery. Kayla Anderson. Maxwell Breakley, pardon me. Ryan Bridges. Aaron Chipman. Alexa Kramer. Kylie Danvers Gay. Rachel Davenport. Sarah Edwards. Elliot Gross. Theron Kelly. Austin Killian.
All right, now, next we have a few more. We also now have the Sabino students and advisors. So if you will hand that to Ms. Foster. Great, thank you. And they are here too. They're the ones in the dark purple.
Back here, awesome. Come on up.
John.
All right, Mark Calhoun.
Let them later.
And Jim Edwards. Megan Bloom. Allison Edwards. Mila Hooker. Brittany LaCase. And Krista Whelan.
Outstanding. Now, does anybody from Sabino want to say anything at all? We don't want to not give you a chance to come forward and brag a bit or anything.
Do it,
All right.
Coach.
Well, we want to congratulate all of the students for their hard work and creativity, the coaches and the sponsors for making this happen, the principals for their support of it as well. Congratulations to all of you, and we cannot wait for the result of the finals. Congratulations, Joe. Nice job.
Good luck. Go get him, Coach. So cool. All right, let more people in.
You want to?
Nice if we had more positive stuff like that.
Want to start having like that all the time, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
These last 4 months. Not bueno.
Dr. Petticone, did you have anything else?
And that is it.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, next we have board member activity reports. Board members. Mr. Hicks.
Well, apparently I was pretty active. On April 23rd, I was at Stanford Elementary School for my first time being there. And then I went on the 25th to Santa Rita High School for their musical, which was put on by the kids, which was an awesome event. And then on the 26th, I went to the 50th anniversary for Dietz Elementary School. And then on April 29th, I did the IB visitation for Stafford Elementary School. And then on May 1st, I was at the Palo Verde Wetlands opening, which is really cool. If you ever get a chance to go over there, check out their wetlands. It's pretty neat. On May 2nd, I was at Peter Howell Elementary School. And on May 4th, with a couple other individuals up on the dais, we were at the OMA Showcase of the Arts at Saguaro High School. And if I can say, if you ever get a chance to go to one of these events at the OMA, you need to go. This was my second one, and I'm telling you, I was thoroughly impressed with what was going on and very thrilled of what was happening.
Thank you. Ms. Foster.
Yes, I attended the Educational Enrichment Foundation 30th anniversary, and I want to thank them for their continued support, raising important funds for our students. The Virtual Reality Project Open House at Gridley.
Forgot about that one.
And Pueblo High School Strengthening Our Roots, branching out to our community event. with Alejandro Chavez, who is Cesar Chavez's grandson. Celebrated the Crystal Apple Award winners at the Metropolitan Education Commission luncheon, and I'm very grateful to represent TUSD there, as well with cabinet. And our award-winning teacher from Borton. Can you remind me of her name? It slipped me right here.
Becca Cavazos. Becca Cavazos.
Absolutely. I enjoyed the talent show. Well, actually, the talent show at Fruitindler, where I saw one of our students, I think his name was Cole, and he solved the Rubik's Cube in 1 minute and 40 seconds, you guys. Very impressive. I think our board can learn something about quickness from there. And among other performers as well, we attended the OMA showcase over at Saguaro, as well as the Asian Pacific Student Success Celebration and the African American Student and Services Department Celebration and Fundraiser. And recognizing the efforts of Damian Schindler and Andrew Muse, who both received scholarships, and it was an honor to be there to recognize them for their academic excellence.
Thank you. Board members?
Just a couple of them. A couple of them overlapped. I was at Pueblo High School with Principal Watt and her staff and the students there, also with Mr. Chavez, and it was really rewarding. And it was after school, and it was an amazing attendance for an after school event where it was predominantly students. So it was nice to have them there. The April 25th, I attended the Tucson International Mariachi Conference as a representative of the district. There were about, I think they said something around 45% of the students participating are TUSD students. So it's really important to recognize the work that our schools do with our mariachi programs. On the 26th, I presented to a group of fourth graders over at Ochoa, where the very interesting thing that happened there was the kids had invited me to speak on my disabilities and leadership, and eventually the conversation ended up being about serving on the board, which was interesting, and getting the kids to understand, the pluses, but also the difficult items that come with being a board member. But while we were talking, one of the young women presented to me as part of a class project, a project on Dolores Huerta, and coincidentally that morning I had spoken with Dolores Huerta on a separate project, and she just happened to call while I was there with the students, and we put her on speaker and lit up the room like you would not believe, and the kids sang her happy birthday, which was really nice. It's nice to have Dolores' name in a positive with TUSD. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks to the students at Ochoa and the teacher over there who invited me to come speak.
Okay. The only thing that I had to add is I went to Santa Rita to see their first show of Legally Blonde, the musical. It was fun. And I also attended on a different day regarding the IB program for Safford, so we were tag teaming. Okay, next, thank you all. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't have your hand. Oh, no, that's all right. Ms. Sanchez. Yes.
Hi, so I just need to leave early because I have a lot of studying to do due to
good luck.
Tests. But before I leave, I would like to invite you guys to the Tucson High graduation, May 23rd. It's the Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Bye.
If I may, I was remiss in not also mentioning that you and I both attended the SCPC meeting last week, and that was a real eye opener for me as a new board member, and in participating and engaging with our parents and our families and teachers over at Tucson High. So I just want to make mention of that as well.
Thank you. I forgot that also. Okay, next we're moving on to call to the audience. And so if I can get those cards. Because it's the first meeting of the month, we've allotted, excuse me, 45 minutes for the call to the audience. And so in order to speak to the call, if you haven't filled out one of these yellow cards, please do so. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience portion of the agenda. I'll be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining proper order by setting such limits as may be appropriate. Any person desiring to speak shall complete the call to the audience card. When addressing the board, an individual shall state his or her full name and address before going into the subject matter. Individuals are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time limit of 3 minutes. Once you get close to when you get to the 2.5 minute mark, Ms. Foster is going to put up this pink sign letting you know that you have 30 seconds left. Individuals attending the meeting and or speaking before the board shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct, and refrain from impertinent or slanderous remarks. Because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware that there may be children in the audience. At the conclusion of the call to the audience, I'll ask if any individual board members wish to respond to a criticism made by those who have addressed the board, wish to ask a staff member to review a matter, or wish that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than one board member may address each criticism. With that, I will call Bruce Murchison, followed by Laura Fairbanks.
Good evening, Dr. Pedagone, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you. My name is Bruce Murchison. I live 4850 South Lantana Place here in Tucson. And to start off, I must say the seeing these students come in reminds me of why I entered education, how much I love it and how much I miss it. I've been a teacher for this district for 20 some odd years, and recently I started having some health problems. I asked this district to accommodate a disability. And you decided no, you didn't have to, because what I asked for wasn't part of the requirements. Even my doctor said, look, it'd be in his best interest to put him closer to his home. Because of this, I had to take leave of absence. And I applied for over 24 different jobs that would have accommodated me, because you wouldn't DIT me like you have the authority to. Any of them would have accomplished this. I wasn't chosen. I'm asking for another year. And while my principal said, sure, no problem, Mr. Morales said, no, he's not going to get any better. Get rid of him. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that we have a checkered past. And for those of you who are new to the board, I'll just give you a quick rundown because we don't have much time. Your outside counsel, Jerry Wilson, who's handling a ADA violations case right now against this district, wasn't even aware that you were considering denying my second year. He didn't seem that was very appropriate, but he's your lawyer, so he has to do what you say. But in 1998, I came back from military leave, and you wouldn't give me my job back. I fought, and I got it back. 2005, I fought for the highly qualified aspect that you guys didn't want to enforce. I got it. 2007, you refused to pay the teachers of Catalina High School. Went to court, we won. They said you must give us an appeal. Then you turned around and said, no, you can't have that appeal. That case is now in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And now, of course, we had an ADA violation. This district is quick to forget, just 7 years ago, Frank Violek, Jr. was in the same boat I am. He asked for accommodations, you refused. He filed a suit. And after a 10-day trial, jury said, yeah, you're right, they're wrong. I would highly recommend you look at that case. My main issue today is to ask you to table your decision on my leave of absence until we can discuss this matter more fully. Otherwise, it's going to get more complicated than it needs to be. Like I said, I love teaching. I'd love to return someday, but this is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Fairbanks, followed by Romilly Daly.
Good evening. My name is Laura Fairbanks, and the first thing I'd like to do is thank all of you for what must be a migraine-inducing difficult job for no pay. I know that you have to make difficult and unpopular decisions a lot of the time. I sent each of you a letter. I don't know whether or not you've gotten those letters, but I am here to talk about Principal Rex Scott of Catalina High School. I have 3 children who went through TUSD. All 3 of them had IEPs. My son Matthew is currently enrolled in Project Focus. But he did go to Catalina for 4 years. Catalina High School is located in an impoverished neighborhood. There is a very large number of refugee students there, and there's a large population of exceptional education students there. My son Matthew, who does have autism, actually signed a card and will be addressing you, and that is truly incredible if you know where he came from and where he is today. I'm extremely proud of him. I understand that Mr. Scott is being let go because of AIMS scores. And as I said in my letter, he is not responsible for poverty. He is not responsible for children who grew up in refugee camps in third world nations. He is not responsible for the disabilities of the children he serves. But I will tell you is that AIMS does not reflect the progress that has been made of the students at Catalina High School, including my own son. Rex Scott is an inspired educator and an inspired leader. Any interaction you have with him, you have his full undivided attention. Every single person who he talks to thinks that they are talking directly to him, and they are truly interested in what you have to say. And that goes for students, parents, and teachers. TUSD cannot afford to let go such a qualified individual and such a qualified educator. I really, truly hope that you will reconsider your decision to let him go, because Catalina High School needs his caliber of leadership. In conclusion, I would just like to say that when I first heard about this, I was very upset. And I called your office, and Sylvia Lovegreen answered the phone. My title at Pima County is Community Relations Manager, and she is gifted because she listened to me. She didn't take sides, but she left me feeling like I was heard. So I want to just throw out some kudos to Sylvia, and you are lucky to have her.
There she
Thank
is.
you very much.
Thank you. Romilly Daly, followed by Sylvia Campoy.
Good evening, Dr. Petticone and members of the board. My name is Romilly Harrison, and I'm the third grade ELD teacher at Davidson Elementary. I'm here today to speak to you about my experience in the Tucson Unified School District. I started out as a kindergarten teacher at Leonard Keating Elementary School. My experience there was wonderful. I had the opportunity of working with a great staff and had supportive supervisors. I was DIT'd to Davidson Elementary in the fall of 2011 because McCorkle Elementary opened around the corner from Leonard Keating. My experience at Davidson Elementary has been a bittersweet one. I love my job, I love teaching, and I love my students. However, my principal at Davidson has made the last 2 years of my teaching career miserable, and I'm happy to see this come to an end in 12 more days since I am being riffed. Over the last 2 years, I have endured humiliation, degradation, harassment, and retaliation, having too many instances to mention in a 3-minute period. A few of these will include: I never received IEP information involving my students. As a new staff member, I did not receive any support from my administrator, which she readily admits. I was never offered proper training relevant to my completely new teaching assignment. I constantly was being told that I wasn't doing it the Davidson way. I was not compensated for work conducted during the summer and beyond contract time. My principal failed to discuss concerns with me, but instead would issue letters of inquiry, letters of direction, and a letter of reprimand. I've been falsely accused of saying things about others. The principal intentionally sabotaged my relationship with a coworker, and while she questions my professional filter, she herself sets a poor example in this area. After becoming the AR at Davidson, and with the help of TEA, I was able to successfully put an end to this constant harassment. Last week, I was riffed, and though I am sad to leave TUSD, I will be happy to leave Davidson. There continues to be and have been other teachers at Davidson that have endured this kind of mistreatment. Teachers who were either forced to retire, resign, or even terminated from the district. I fear for those that I will leave behind, those that do not have a voice and are too afraid to stand up for themselves. As educators, we are the ones that are supposed to set the example for TUSD students. We are not supposed to tolerate bullying here in TUSD, but it is alive and well at Davidson. However, this is not the only site where this occurs. Please consider looking into this situation so that teachers can do what they do best, teach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia Campoy, followed by Francis Benales.
Good evening, governing board members. My name is Sylvia Campoy, here to address the Desegregation Unitary Status OCR budget. The budget fails to use a systemic approach and reflects a compartmentalized and splintered project approach, wherein the right hand continues to fail to know what the left hand is doing, both programmatically and budgetarily. Mr. Hicks' comments last week about what principals had been told about the DSEG budget is reflective of poor communication and the resulting lack of site-level understanding about critical aspects of the Unitary Status Plan. The administration contends that it has not had suitable time to complete its USP planning and budget. While the USP was being formulated, the district was to be working on preliminary planning. More than a year's time was provided to do so. The administration chose to do so in certain areas, but did not do so in a uniform fashion. For more than a year, the district has had a task force inclusive of top-level officials engaged in designing advanced learning education. In contrast, programs addressing ELL students were left at the departmental level without similar dedication, direction, and attention. The same is true for the African American and Mexican American culturally relevant courses. Anticipatory planning is critical to good leadership. The administration argues that it has leveraged its resources in deciding what positions to fund. It appears, however, that the administration has simply leveraged its favoritism. It funds a director for a program that has and continues to serve predominantly non-minority children, the Advanced Learning Experiences Director, while collapsing the directors of multicultural education and the director of culturally responsive pedagogy and instruction into one single position. This violates the requirements under the DSEG order, under the Unitary Status Plan, and contradicts the spirit and intent of the plan. It continues TUSD's contrast in treatment and is simply insulting to the communities who have been underserved by TUSD. The confusion that surfaced over the multicultural 9th grade courses 2 weeks ago is an ongoing indication that the multicultural curriculum has been and is being utilized as a detractor from the validity of the Mexican American culturally relevant curriculum and courses. To be clear, the 9th grade multicultural class does not in any way serve to take the place of the Mexican American courses that were in place prior to January 2012. Although this is what was headlined the day after the meeting, without any TUSD correction. This type of confusion was born out of the fact that the administration collapsed two distinct USP areas into one. This fiasco would have been avoided if the USP had been implemented as ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francis Benales, followed by Debbie Perez. I'm sorry, Debbie Perez after Francis Benales. Thank you.
Governing Board, Dr. Petticone, Council Durkin. I want to first thank the HR department, Pam Palmo, Nicole Lowry. They did an excellent job in working on the DIT process for those closing schools. We placed over 200 teachers into positions. I say that on a sad note because if you read in the paper this morning, we're going to be talking about riffing 187. The sad part about that is that while we're riffing 187 teachers, we're also having about 200 vacancies. How does that make any sense? We really need to look at our process and what we do at the end of the year, every year. This is an extraordinary high number of teachers that we are riffing this year, when not all of them, I believe, need to, because we didn't follow the processes that we have in place. We need to look at those hard-to-fill positions and make sure that we are riffing them according to the policies that we've set in place. But we also need to look at something more long-term, and how do we continue to value our existing employees and also then open it up to new employees and enriching the district and making it competitive. The TEA's agreed to look at those issues. We understand that problem, and we want new teachers to come into our district. But if we don't value the teachers that we already have, that message is out there, certainly when it's highlighted on the front page. I wanted to speak a little bit more on this topic, but you'll probably hear other teachers speaking about it. Unfortunately, something came up rather quickly that I have to change issues with. One is we have a probationary teacher that is being considered for non-renewal, and I'm asking that you reconsider that. Not because of the merits necessarily, although I think we have good merits in which to address that issue, but because of the timeline that was given to this individual, or the lack of a timeline that was given to them. You don't tell somebody one day that you're going to be non-renewed and not give them an opportunity to find out why, to address what the issues were, and then told to resign, or else you're going to be terminated. That's not a process that we should treat any employee. We never have. Why are we doing it this time? There was a mistake made in that, and we need to correct it. We need to allow time in order to look at that. We talk about this district making decisions in a rush all the time, and that's what creates more problems. We will continue to advocate for this individual, and we need for you to help us to do that, and looking just at that timeline and do what's right. I know it's difficult to override a decision, but you only heard one side of that decision. And that's the other problem that we have with our whole grievance process, is that we don't allow there to be truly two sides to the issue. The board gets one, and then we have to come here in public to be able to speak to you when it's this kind of a short notice. I would have rather had discussions individually. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Perez, followed by Kathy Paredes.
Good evening, President Grijalva, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Perdogon. My name is Debbie Perez. I live at 3633 East 27th Street, Tucson, Arizona. This will be my last time that I will be addressing the board. I have both good news and bad news. The good news is that I signed a document that will resolve my issue with the district. I want to thank the board members who played a part in asking TUSD staff to look into my situation and finally bring it to an end. Even though this ordeal took 8 months to resolve, I appreciate those who assisted me with this matter. The Tucson Education Association offered me strength, support, and guidance through this process. Now for the bad news. Though I am leaving TUSD, I will no longer need to worry that my rights are being violated or the district officials are negligent in the performance of their duties, so many others are not so lucky. I know for a fact that this is not the first time, nor I suspect the last, that something of this nature will happen to one of your employees. There is a deep lack of trust between staff members and many of the administrators in TUSD, building principals, and those in central administration making decisions daily that are arbitrary and show true lack of professionalism, judgment. These types of issues only serve to further damage the credibility of the district. Until TUSD has the courage to hold top officials and principals accountable, this cycle will sadly continue. Morale in the district is at an all-time low. Your employees do not feel valued nor appreciated. I know because I was one of them. Though my case has come to an end, I urge you to recognize this problem and give hope to the thousands of TUSD employees that remain, or there will be another monitor, teacher, secretary, or whomever addressing the board with the latest injustice occurring in the district. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to finally say goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Paredes, followed by Matthew Fairbanks. Are you Matthew?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take you first.
All right. Good evening. My name is Matthew Fairbanks. Principal Rex Scott inspired me to hard work, volunteer on campus, participate in track and field and mariachi, became a good citizen. Today, I go to the U of A, and I am the voter. Please keep Rex Scott because he is a great principal and a great friend to me. because I am because I am Rex Scott's great friend. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Paredes, followed by Jesus Ibarra. Come on. Sorry, you were called first, but he beat you up here.
I think it was the legs.
He is ready to run up.
I am probably the only one that knows why that's there. I put the S in short. President Brahava, Governing Board, Superintendent Petticone. My name is Kathy Paredes. I live at 1935 North Park Avenue. I am a lifelong TUSD person. I went to Robinson, Mansfield, and graduated in 1976 from Tucson High. My son attended Robinson, Lineweaver, Jefferson Park, Mansfield, and graduated in 2010 from Catalina High. Even my parents attended Ochoa, Carrillo, Safford, and even Tucson High. I started my professional career in TUSD in 1998. That is 15 years of faithful service with positive reviews in every year. I am currently teaching 6th grade math. I have taken over 30 hours of professional development for the Common Core. I even put in 24 hours during our spring break to start building lesson plans for all 6th grade math teachers. I even started building lesson plans to make connections to the Common Core for language arts, social studies, and science. I am a faithful employee. I am currently teaching at Doolin Middle School. We are a receiving school. Currently, my site has 4 long-term substitutes, and yet 4 certified teachers were RIFed, and I am one of them. I have applied for 3 positions that I'm highly qualified for. I am now in competition with TUSD employees who already have placements and any potential TUSD employees. I feel that I have been treated with disrespect. Moreover, I have not been treated as a professional. As a Tucson native, as a TUSD native, and a positive TUSD employee, I deserve to be treated as a professional and to be valued for the years of commitment to TUSD and our students. I thank you for giving me the time to voice my concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesus Ibarra, followed by Arthur Panzer. Jesus Ibarra. Come. I'm just looking at you like, come on, I called you.
It's bad when they recognize you. How are you doing, members of the board, Madam President, Dr. Petticone? A few weeks ago, I was here and I spoke to you about the reductions we've had in the workforce for operations over the last 10 to 12 years. Well, now I'm here and a lot of our custodial staff members, and we've been getting a lot of complaints from them, speaking about how the formulas have changed, and now we're looking at where schools that have 2 custodians are going to have 1 half-day custodian and 1 full-day custodian. The half-day custodians that have worked full days, many of these people are parents, single parents. They raise their families on what they make here. The complaints I keep getting are, what are they going to do now? It's not like you can pick up 2 4-hour jobs because someone else right there is after the other one too. I wish you would reconsider some of that formulation when you consider the workload out there. The schools are subject to health inspections. If they start failing, what are you going to do then? You don't have the manpower now that you had 10 years ago, although we are getting rid of some schools. We've only gotten rid of 4 schools since that time and this time. And we got half the manpower to do that. Again, we had reports earlier that this last 2 years we've had exceptional expenses in the operations department and maintenance. Of course, we've got buildings that are getting extremely old, equipment that has been failing. We've got processes to where we have not maintained, we have not repaired equipment, we have just waited for it to fail, and then we'll see what fund we can take the money out of when it fails. In the last 2 years, 7 chillers, huge things about the size of a bus that cool the schools, have had to be replaced because the old ones just couldn't handle it anymore and they failed. TUSD has made the news because of those things. Now the other day I turn around and I get calls from people, and the understanding is that the preventive maintenance shop that was open 5 years ago to eliminate some of the problems that we're having now, to alleviate, the HVAC shop is understaffed, to alleviate some of the load that those guys are doing at a higher scale, pay scale, putting people at a lower pay scale to do the filter changes and the fan belts, etc., to take care of that. Now I understand that that shop's liable to hit the hatchet block. Eliminating something that has been working and has, if not, the potential to do the right thing, to fix the problems. We can't keep on replacing and seeing what pocket we're going to pull a rabbit out of to fix something that has been let and neglected. You have professionals who can do the job, just need to keep them there to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthur Panzer, followed by Matthew Klein.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Petticone, Madam President. I'm a parent of a special needs child, and he has an IEP in place. He's had his one-on-one aid for 2.5 years. We were just notified today that he will be no longer his one-on-one aid. For his benefit and for our benefit, we urge you to reconsider transferring him to the high school with my son and keeping the good things in place that keep going for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Klein, followed by Stephen Hopper.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Petticone, Council Durkin. No one said hi to you yet. I want to talk to you guys tonight about some issues that we're having. You came to us and asked us to save $1.3 million from our agreement, which we did, which helped reduce the $17 million deficit. But recently we found out that you want to make huge cuts to our custodial staff to put $2 million in your contingency fund. This email was sent to Candy Egbert from Reginald McClendon and David Wilson. Right now, our custodians service 28,000 square feet, when the industry standard clearly states 20,000. You're trying to raise it up to 34,000 square feet for these custodians to clean. In the center of this page, the note says Pima County Health Code requirements will continue to be met in critical areas such as restrooms, health offices, and cafeterias. So what about the classrooms in the playground? Are those not important also? At the bottom of this page, there's a cause and effects of these changes. Dissatisfaction from students, staff, and parents because of the reduced level of cleanliness and services provided. A possible increase in illness and pest issues due to reduced sweeping, vacuuming, and dusting frequencies. Building appearance degrading over time due to accumulation in soil, hard water deposits, and floor finishes. Now, we endorse several of you for the school board to make conscious and clear decisions for the children of our community and the members of our bargaining unit. I have not seen a single decent decision come from this board when it comes to our members or our children. I hope every parent in Tucson is watching this right now and listening to me talk about the conditions you wish to put these children in, with filthy classrooms and the potential for illness and disease. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stephen Hopper, followed by Jim Sinex. Stephen Hopper, and then followed by Jim Sinex.
Good evening, President Doug Grijalva, ladies and gentlemen of the board and the panel, and Dr. Petticone. My name is Stephen Hopper. I live at 2821 West Drexel Road, Tucson, Arizona. I'm a bus driver for the Westside Transportation with TUSD. I have worked with the district for 15 years. I want to talk with you about the lack of quality and the lack of safety that we have in our district. there's been quite a few employees, blue-collar employees, around the district that has from 1 year to 15 to 25 to 30 plus years of employment that cares for the district and gives you good quality of work, great safety records in their schools. In transportation as a bus driver, the first thing I do, I pick up my route cards in the morning and look over to see if there's any changes. Then I go from there and look out on the wall. We have a quote that says, "How many lives will you touch today?" Then I go out, do my pre-trip, and if things go well, we take the kids to school in the morning time. Then we go back to the garage, but that's a good day. Bad days, for example, kids do get lost. Kids are missed the buses as well, and we need to get them to school or to home in the PMs. There are buses out there. We go out there and make notice that, hey, okay, we'll look for these kids and all that stuff. We take upon ourselves for the missing kids to take home. The safety of the kids is paramount. Quality is paramount. Safety is unquestionably one of the things we have on our mind. So after we have the kids go to the school or home, we call the dispatcher, tell them what we have done, and make sure the kids were safe. And they tell us, "Thank you, job well done." Then you'll hear somebody over the radio, and it's a kind of a catchphrase from drivers. We always pat ourselves on the back. We use the radios. "We're doing it for the kids." Believe me, we are doing it for the kids. So if you take away good quality people and take away the safety as well, as first responders, we are the first people that students will see to get in on the buses, and we'll say good morning to all the students on the bus, and we're the last people to see. And that's all we have to say. We need good quality people running the buses, custodial people helping them need things. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Sinix, followed by Lisa Neighbors.
President Grijalva, Governing Board, Dr. Petticone, et al. I'm referencing item AA. I'd rather speak generally in this, so pardon my generalities here. My main question here is, does an investigation equal guilt? We live in a society that accepts a rule of law based on the innocence until proven guilty. I come here tonight to speak of a new and potentially gifted teacher at Tucson High. He is in the very first year, and he has turned around one of our unique programs at Tucson High and built a foundation for an even better program, unprecedented in TUSD. Here's the problem. A jealous boyfriend made an accusation. This launched an investigation. Understood. The accusations were found baseless by good people who work within the district for all of us. Later, much later, this teacher was reprimanded for an unrelated matter, which cited another investigation. The reprimand was baseless, and the elevation to reprimand was justified by the baseless investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an issue. This issue is a house of cards that can only stand in the minds of poor leadership and in the minds of the recklessly ambitious. I urge this board to pull this item, not because the charges are trivial, but because they are baseless. Please read the reprimand closely. See what it references. See if it stands on its own. I think you'll find that it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Neighbors, followed by Margaret Cheney.
Good evening, President Grijalva,
Governing Board, Dr. Petticone, and Council Durkin. My name is Lisa Neighbors. I teach at Catalina High School, and I'm the proud parent of a Rincon student through open enrollment. I would like to speak briefly, and I mean very briefly, because I'll probably break down crying, about the RIF process that is taking place in our district. After reading the front page of the Star today, I find it very disconcerting when the annual event of riffing is perceived as common. Common? What does that say to the folks graduating looking for a job? Why would they want to work for a district that commonly riffs at the end of each year? 187 riffs. Was that really necessary? And 158 approved positions for advertisement. What's wrong with this picture? Why put so many people through this horrible trauma? Flip the process and host job fairs first and place all of these displaced teachers and then see what still needs to be riffed at that point. Hold an all-day event. Hold an internal job fair to fill the positions before opening it up to external applicants. Include white collar and all support personnel. This upcoming hurried 2-hour event that's scheduled just puts undue stress on the interviewer and the interviewee. How can we build camaraderie, a sense of togetherness, if at the end of each year, teachers' jobs are ripped from them? What about the staff members with years of service to the district that are receiving pink slips, that are told their jobs no longer exist? Have we become so calloused that we only care about the bottom line? How is it going to help the children? How is this going to help our students? Ladies and gentlemen, the bottom line is not about dollars and cents. It's about what's best for our students. And doing this to our teachers, that's not what's best for our students.
Margaret Cheney, followed by Lillian Fox. Margaret Cheney. Is she here? Followed by Lillian Fox. We only have a few cards left and we have a few minutes left, so if we cooperate, we can hopefully hear from everybody. Thank you.
I knocked off a paragraph, so it should be okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margaret Cheney. I'm a teacher at Tucson High. And today is Teacher Appreciation Day. But I'll bet very few teachers knew it, and if they did, they probably didn't feel it. I began this week's lesson with my students introducing World War II. Part of the lesson must include new vocabulary terms like communism, fascism, police state, censorship, doublespeak. It's difficult at times to get kids to get big ideas across to kids who have likely not heard of them before. But funny thing, I never thought I would have to explain terms like appreciate and honor to grown men and women in my own profession. I speak before the elected board, but not necessarily about them, but rather those officials who are creating mandates and sending them out without any thought as to impact or language. Specifically, I speak on the RIF process, and while everyone agrees it is a necessary and difficult process, it does not have to be as misguided or void of kindness that it loses any semblance of honor. For example, we were told at the beginning about a specific number that would be RIFed, but now it is a much larger number. Vacant position postings that would honor and appreciate the experienced employee instead state things like new hires preferred. At least one principal is flaunting who has been placed and who hasn't been publicly, despite the outcry of their faculty. So I feel I must end the day with a different lesson in the I do, we do, you do tradition. Class, it's National Teacher Appreciation Day. Appreciate means to value greatly, usually bestowing an honor upon. To honor means great respect, to hold in high public regard. This is the we do part. On the count of 3, I want everyone in the room to name out loud someone you appreciate. 3, 2, 1. My school librarian.
My wife.
Thank you. Garden teacher.
You do. Show us your appreciation by honoring the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lillian Fox, followed by Priscilla Olea.
My name is Lillian Fox. I live at 7680 East Broadway in Tucson. President Grijalva, members of the board, superintendent, and councilperson Durkin. Okay. I have 3 things to talk about, and I probably won't get all through one. One is I would appreciate it, Mr. Hicks, if you could inquire into why there's so many rifts from Cholla. Cholla has more rifts than any of the other schools, and you wouldn't have been aware of it, but I've been looking at the lists of teachers who were resigning, and on that list it doesn't tell you which school they come from, but I know the Cholla teachers. We've had an enormous number of resignations from Cholla. So my question that I hope you'll be able to pursue is why, if so many teachers have left Cholla, we are rifting so many. What's going on? One of the things I see, a number of very experienced teachers are being riffed, and it would appear that the principal is changing the curriculum at Cholla and the course offerings. There's been no input from site council on that. This is the 3rd year in a row where he has failed to accept any input from site council on the budget. Now, that was one thing. Second thing is the DSEG budget. I know you are so busy, and for 2 of you, this is a horrible time of year. I hope you had time to read the plaintiff's comments about the budget and the special master's comments. Time and time again, they're complaining because there are no objectives set for these programs, and there's been no measurement or no follow-through on outcomes on programs like the magnet programs that have existed in the district for years and years and years. Setting objectives and then evaluating the outcomes afterward is basic to management. That's Management 101. You don't need an MBA to do that. That is also, interestingly enough, fundamental to education. Every single teacher in this district is required every single day to write a lesson plan with a measurable objective, and the lesson plan has to state how they're going to measure that objective at the end of the period to ensure that students actually reach that objective. So it's fundamental to education. It's fundamental to education. Our assistant superintendent, our deputy superintendents, and all their directors, 30% of their pay, and their executive administrative assistants, and their administrative assistants, 30% of their pay is coming from the DSEG money. And yet, none of these administrators have done what is basic to education, basic to management. You would have to conclude we have a lot of people in the district who are neither managers nor educators, and they're paid a lot more, a lot. Third thing is teacher workload. At the last meeting, Dr. Stegman, you have to love him, said he had 500 students. There's no comparison between a high school or middle school's teacher workload of 158 versus 500, because teachers do 650 report cards in a semester if you have 158 students. A teacher is teaching 25 hours or 25 classes a week when a professor is doing 3. I think the board doesn't understand teacher workload. It was a mistake to increase the workload. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Priscilla Olea, followed by Lalo Macias, and our last speaker is Vivian Headrington. Headrington. Thank you. Okay. Sorry.
Hi,
Ms. Olea.
Adelina.
Hello.
Grijalva. I was your campus monitor years ago when you were a student.
I remember.
I'm here to speak for the monitors. I worked at Pueblo High School for 13 years and then also went with Alternative in year 2000. They closed PASS and I went to Project More. I did 3 campuses all by myself, but with the help of school safety. I always called school safety and TPD when I was on my own taking care of those 3 campuses. As I went to Project More, there's 3 campus monitors. One monitor is a female monitor as myself, and then 1 male monitor. Thank God I had that male monitor. He was my backup. He was let go. The female monitor that stood there, not once did she ever stop the fight. And I brought it to the board, I brought it here at human resource to their attention. They sent me to these two guys by the name Mike, both Mikes. They really made me feel very uncomfortable. I also told them that my concern is the safety of the students. I myself cannot be by myself to stop a confrontation going on at Project More by myself. I'm 54 years old. Back then at 29, when I was there, when you were there as a student, yes, I was very strong. But now at 54, I need that backup. The guys laughed at me and they said, well, you know what, why don't you train the monitor? I'm like, excuse me? Train her? I trained myself. I says, I went to a private security service and worked for that private security service for 7 years, and I also volunteered with the Sheriff's Department for 7 years. I trained myself. They trained me. And for a monitor to come in and not have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 training, that leaves our students unsafe. And my nephew was one of my nephews that got down at Desert View High School in '92, Oscar Leon. And now don't ever want to see anything like that happen to any high school or elementary or junior high. We need to go ahead and have that secure campuses for our student. That's all I could say, and I hope these monitors will get trained, and we really need that training. And thank you for school safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I never gave her any reason. I never was ever in a fight. I never did. Lalo Macias, followed by Vivian Hedrington. Thank you.
Thank you. President Grijalva and members of the board, my name is Lalo Macias. I am the Deputy Administrator of Local 449 and work for ASHME International. We represent 1.6 million members across this country, and today I'm representing Local 449 members in TUSD. We in ASME are very concerned with what we hear about TUSD laying off over 100 employees plus 187 teachers that I heard today. I urge you to be very careful with the decisions you make with laying off employees and starting looking at other departments and or your cabinet to find more savings for TUSD. First, the health and safety of the children around the school should be priority for TUSD, like I've heard all day long in this last couple hours. Who's going to clean these schools when you lay off over 87 custodians? Parents, I urge parents to be careful that your children might get sick more often because there will not be enough custodians to clean the restrooms, classrooms, playgrounds. Be careful because there will not be enough staff to maintain the air conditioners in working order in the classrooms. Who is going to suffer here? The children that attend these schools. We make sure that the children get bused to and from the schools safely, as you heard earlier today from our bus driver, and have the buses cleaned for them, our children. We also have our maintenance department that keeps these buses running and makes sure that they are safe enough for our children to be transported without worries. We in ASME have made the sacrifice and helped TUSD reach its goal of cutting the deficit to save jobs. Now you plan to lay off our people that decided in these negotiations that we should take these cuts and make a sacrifice. Some of you even called us to really help with this, and we sure did. Don't balance the budget on the backs of the children and the hardworking employees of TUSD. I would like to also recognize our brothers and sisters from Pima Community College and El Rio that are here tonight in support, because they are the community. They do have the children coming to TUSD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hedrington, followed by Beth Slane and Terry Machete. And
That's right.
Yes, you're next.
Hi, good Good evening. I'm missing a concert at Catalina Foothills there. My daughter plays the trombone. My address is 4500 East Sunrise Drive, Tucson, Arizona. Of course, she attends Catalina Foothills. She did go to Doolin from 6th to 8th grade, and she did go to Marana from kindergarten to 5th grade. I am here because I'm here to ask Mr. Hicks, do you have a snake on you? Miss Foster, do you have the vacuum ready? Miss Dr. Stigman, do you have the trash cans ready to rock and roll? I'm waiting for an answer. Do you? Do you? I'm really waiting for an answer. Do you? No. But how many of these janitors and custodians here know where to get that stuff? That's who you would be laying off. And let me tell you something. When you cut down all those type of workers, you're worried about spending $1 million in advertisement. Your marketers here will tell you the first thing you do with marketing or advertisement is you treat your employees well, because it takes one employee who can change the mind. That one employee can change 10, that one changes 10. You don't need to spend $1 million. You need to treat your custodians, your bus drivers, your teachers with respect and dignity, and then the students will come. It's not the other way around. So I want to leave you with this. I want to leave you with that. I agree, there does need to be something done, but there's many things can be done. Parents' conferences, how effective are those? And how much time are we wasting on those? Or how many parents are really coming? That's money that can be spent elsewhere. So I just want you guys to really look at it, because being a custodian, being the blue-collar worker, it is important. And this is where the students come from. You disrespect the worker, you are disrespecting the student. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beth Slane, followed by Terry Machete. Beth Slane, followed by Terry Machete. And that's it.
Good evening, TUSD Governing Board and Dr. Petticone. My name is Beth Slane, and currently I teach English at Tucson High. I started working for TUSD in 2007. Since 2010, my position has been stable. I would like to think this stability is due to the long-term planning and the investment by the state of Arizona and TUSD in retaining the best possible educators to serve our students. Numerous studies have shown a direct correlation between teacher retention and student achievement. Unfortunately, Arizona and TUSD's goals do not prioritize teacher retention. However, they overemphasize student growth as a primary measurement for the evaluation of the district, each site, and the individual administrators and educators who work directly with students. I have said goodbye to so many high-quality educators who have left TUSD not due to retirement, but due to their inability to sustain their professional standards when faced with growing class sizes, fewer resources, and increased scrutiny of standardized test scores. Educators are leaving TUSD for higher paying districts in Phoenix or another state. They are leaving our profession altogether for better salaries in the private sector. These other entities benefit from the training and development TUSD invested in these educators. Additionally, persistent turnover in a school's teaching staff disrupts efforts to build a strong organizational culture in the school, making it difficult to develop and sustain coordinated instructional programs throughout a school. When a highly effective teacher leaves a school, particularly a school serving a low SES, high minority student populations, he or she is likely replaced by a first-year teacher who is less effective. Thus, it becomes impossible for schools with ongoing turnover to build instructional capacity and to ensure that students in all classrooms have effective teachers. And as often in TUSD's case, we have limited capacity to recruit first-year teachers. Our students are faced with a series of long-term subs whose intent may be genuine. However, they are not vested in our profession, nor are the sites invested in them. Students miss out on the academic engagement necessary to secure the required skills that allow them to smoothly transition to the next grade into college, the military, or a career. Governing board members, as you make decisions on how to distribute TUSD's limited resources, please consider the impact of the RIF process, increased class sizes, unpaid extra duty, change in health care contributions, allotment of personal and sick leave, and the administrative structure have on teacher morale and retention. Short-term solutions can have a long-term impact on our district's program and ultimately student growth. Highly effective teachers never say they left a district because of the kids. Highly effective teachers leave when the district fails to value and support policies that sustain thriving academic environments where students' growth is more than a measure for evaluation, but the long-term goal that drives decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Terry Machete.
Good evening, President Grijalva, Superintendent Predicone, and Board. I'm Terry Machete, and I reside at 8459 East Kenyon, and I'm finishing my last year as a librarian with a Master's in Library Science at Bloom Elementary School. The librarian issue has been repeated for many years. We all agree that they're vital for student achievement, but truthfully, at this point, I'm resigned to the fact that we're losing those positions. I wish you would keep librarians at elementary schools where they make the greatest impact instead of the high schools. It's the elementary students that need us the most. I also have another issue because the custodians, they're the first people you make friends with when you enter a new building. These are the ones you go to when you're moving in, setting up, and every other issue you have with our aging buildings. These ladies and gentlemen keep our students safe and healthy with their constant attention. They're there for all activities. That's setting up for programs, lunches, performances, and carnivals. And they have a positive attitude, and they have a speed that I don't see how they do it, because they can still keep the buildings clean. Our site has the main building with 18 classrooms, a library, an office, a second building with 8 classrooms, and a sensory portable. These buildings have 2 sets of gang bathrooms, 5 faculty bathrooms, 1 handicap bathrooms, and 10 primary rooms with bathrooms. Our custodians are amazing. If you cut our allotment to 1.5, I fear many things: health, safety, morale, cleanliness. We need our amazing custodians and their smiles and their dedication.
Thank you. Thank you all. Board members, anyone wish to respond to a criticism or ask staff to look into a matter? Ms. Foster?
Yes, I'd like to, Arthur, I did not get his last name, but I really need to, I hope we can look into the one-on-one aid situation with the special needs student moving on to high school. That's critically important that we understand what's happening there.
Let me get a name.
Yes,
Arthur.
We didn't get
His name is on the card.
You got it on the card.
Panzer, right?
Correct.
Panzer, yeah.
What school?
I'll provide the card.
From what school to what school? To Tucson?
McGee.
McGee Middle School.
We know this one.
Thank you. Any other?
That was mine. It was the same
Okay,
one.
right. Any other concerns? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Juarez.
And this is really kind of directed at staff. If we can address the allegations by Miss Harris Daly, I'd like to look into that. Those are pretty. It's a pretty strong allegation. I'd like to see what we need to do about that.
Which allegations?
I believe her name was Romley Harris Daly. She talked about the principal at Davidson.
Oh, Davidson. No. That's,
I just handed the card to Mr. Morado. Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other issues? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience. We're on to action item 3, naming new playground facility at Grijalva Elementary School, Specialist Christopher J. Moon Field. Dr. Petticone.
This is, I think, a remarkable request. I'm going to ask Maggie Schaefer to come forward and present this. This is, I think, an extremely important and honorable request by a community to name the playground at Grijalva. And I'll let Maggie take this forward. I know Mr. Bermudez is here as the principal as well, and so we'll go from there.
Good evening, President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, Council Durkin.
this is a delightful opportunity for us to do something wonderful for our community and certainly for a former student. We have with us tonight a request made by the principal of Grijalva to name the playground after Army Specialist Christopher Moon. And I'm going to let Principal Bermudez speak to you and also introduce our very distinguished guest tonight.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Petticone and council, it is an honor to be here today to share with you the process of how our community came together to put a proposal together to name our baseball field after one of our community's heroes, one of our nation's heroes. We're talking about U.S. Army Specialist Christopher Moon. It all started with a collaborative effort that included TUSD, Tucson Parks and Rec, and the Midvale Park Neighborhood Association when they were working on an intergovernment agreement to expand and renew our playground. And that's when the conversation started about naming our baseball field after U.S. Army Specialist Christopher Moon. Now, you might ask why. He is forever connected to our community because of the love and the courage he exemplified when he chose to forego personal goals in order to serve his country and his community. Secondly, if you know how he lived his life and how he made decisions, he is a role model for all Americans. And thirdly, who better to talk to our kids about when talking about role models and heroes than someone who actually attended Grijalva Elementary? Let me tell you a little bit more about this young man. He attended Grijalva from 1996 to 2000. He then went on to Dodge Middle School, and he graduated from Tucson High in 2007. He gave up a scholarship to the University of Arizona and a promising baseball career to enlist in the Army. He subsequently died on July 13, 2010, as a result of injuries sustained in combat in Afghanistan. It doesn't get easier for me to share this. U.S. Army Specialist's decision to forego personal ambition in order to serve our community epitomizes the highest kind of selfless sacrifice and model citizenship. He committed his life to protect our freedom. Thus, we are here to submit our request to name the baseball field after U.S. Army Specialist Christopher Moon. In accordance with Governing Board Policy FF, naming facilities and parts of facilities, these are the steps and the actions that have happened. October 2012, the Midvale Neighborhood Association had dialogue about naming the field. They went home that day with the goal to talk to their neighbors and collect signatures. The following month, November 1st, they came back with 148 signatures, and they unanimously passed a motion to pursue the naming of the field in honor of U.S. Army Specialist Christopher James Moon. I subsequently submitted the request to Assistant Superintendent Ms. Maggie Schaefer. She informed me of the policy and the process. We then submitted the paperwork to Dr. Petticone, who gave us the approval to commence the part that's related to the policy. On February 6, 2013, I sent out a letter to the community stating our request to name the field after U.S. Army Specialist Christopher Moon. The purpose of this letter was to seek further input from the community, and the community was also asked to consider the nominations and or provide other possible names or considerations. No other names came in. Only positive comments about U.S. Army Specialist Christopher Moon. On March 12, 2013, the Grijalva Elementary Site Council unanimously approved the naming of our baseball field after Specialist Christopher Moon. On March 19th, I submitted the paperwork to Superintendent Dr. Petticone. The following day, I received a communication from Dr. Petticone that he was in support of this request and that the next step was to come before the board. This finds us here today to submit a request to the board to name the baseball field, multi-purpose field, in honor of one of our community's heroes and national heroes, U.S. Army Specialist Christopher Moon. At this point, I want to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Moon. Would you please come on? And I also want to introduce the person who started this process is Mr. Joe Miller, the president of the Midvale Park Neighborhood Association.
Go Joe.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you very much. And like Mr. Mercado said, it's a celebration of who Chris was. He loved life, even in his short years. He definitely fulfilled a lot of his dreams at a short age. And we are just very proud, and we believe that every man and woman who serve and make a sacrifice like that for our country deserves to be honored. And we just thank you for taking that. And we just can't wait to see what's going to happen from here on with Grijalva Elementary and the naming of the field. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. This is a very special time for all of us. I'm humbled by the opportunity that we have before us. Christopher did a lot for us, all of us already. But the more you look at who Christopher was and what he meant to our community, and not only how he lived his life and how what he believed in, I think we have an obligation to make our school, Grijalva Elementary, our city and our nation, that place that he believed it was, and make it worthy of his sacrifice. There's no words that can put in place the amazing what he's done for us. I think this is the right thing to do for him, but in honor of all service members that are out there and putting themselves out there for us. But this is also a real opportunity. Cammie, we've talked lots of times about what our community, specifically in that area, needs, and understanding that they have roots. When those kids come out and they understand that they're on Christopher J. Moon Field and what that means, and they finally, for the first time in Midvale Park, have an opportunity to play baseball at that park. You can't start to imagine what this will do for the community and what it will do for the young men and women. And thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to do this. And thank you all for enduring. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question. So, how are we going as far as the dedication of the field and signage and that kind of thing? How is all of that? What's that process going to look like? Because we've done this in the past where we've had fields dedicated and then it's like a year or two before the signage comes up. And so I'm just wondering how people will know that it's Christopher Moon Field. I mean, will we have some sort of placard or?
Well, I would submit. I mean, Maggie can talk about it. We need to get together with the principal and with the family, and we'll put together a plan to do this as quickly as possible with the board approval. Maggie, I don't know if you want to get on the microphone, Maggie.
President Grijalva, members of the board, we will no doubt have a dedication ceremony and as well as a celebration, and we will get proper and very dignified and regal signage to dedicate this very special place to a very special young man.
Thank you.
And we'll, Madam President, members of the board, we'll also let the board know, of course, about what the arrangements are. And then we'll have our own staff, of course, put something together. We'll look at the way in which we can do this so that it's something that's sustaining. Having been involved in dedications before, it's really important that whatever we put there is longstanding and will be perpetual. So we'll do that, and we'll make sure that the family's aware of what that looks like. So, okay.
Thank you. Board members have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? Item passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to the community for bringing it forward, to the
Thanks,
Midvale
Joe.
community and from Grijalva. We're moving on to information items. Item 4, School Community Partnership Council, SEPC report.
And I don't see Leo.
He's not here.
Okay, so we'll just hold this, and if he comes in, then
Okay, sounds good.
we can add it back. Semi-annual report from the Governing Board Audit Committee.
And I did see Mr. Kill. I think he is still here. I'll turn it over to Chuck Kill, who will present this report.
Thank you.
Good evening. Twice a year, the audit committee, your audit committee, presents a report to the governing board from the audit committee. I think you've received it about several weeks ago, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the report. I assume all of you have received it? Is that a yes?
I did see the report, and it was very thorough, and I thank you much for that report.
Okay.
It was very enlightening.
Any comments or questions, or?
Dr. Stegman?
It might make sense to just summarize very briefly the main points from the report.
That would be great.
Okay. Yeah,
since this is also for the public, not just for the benefit of the board.
Just some brief items in here. The first item was that we continue to meet in the last Friday of every month from 2 to 4. And we very much encourage all governing board members to attend at least every once in a while to see what goes on at those meetings. I think it'd be very informative. Dr. Petticone comes every once in a while, and the CFO for the school district is there almost every meeting. We've had a very great relationship with them, and over the several years that I've been on the audit committee, we've seen substantial improvement in the CFO's department and how they work and work well with us. One thing change we've made is we've assigned one person on the audit committee to be responsible for working with the auditors on a regular basis. Jimmy Lovelace has done that for the last couple of years, and he's worked with the district outside auditors and have kept the committee members informed of the progress of those audits. There's so many different audits, it's important to have one person who is kind of coordinating all that stuff so we know exactly what's going on. There's been, I'm sure all you know, there's been a software installation. The committee continues to work with the district financial staff to review the progress of the implementation of this new software, particularly the time management piece. We commend the district staff, the CFO and his team, and the computer system department for suspending the installation pending reevaluation, as well as the current effort to identify and define manual processes in HR and payroll areas before proceeding with a decision to Lawson. The district's current contract with the outside auditors is in its final year. They will be sending an RFP out in probably September, October-ish to many different companies and see if we get a different send the RFP out, see if we get responses back and get a different company. Because my understanding with this, the audit firm that's been doing the audits has been doing them for about 20 years. That's quite a number of years for the same auditors to be in the group, so we'll see what other kind of companies are out there right now. The committee, the chairman and the vice chairman continue to receive and review the confidential district complaints. I think Dr. Kettigone, you get copies of those things, and we review them to make sure they're followed up on. Last item in there is committee was pleased that the district is considering the development of an internal audit department. In the past, the committee strongly recommended that the district establish this department. We believe that the new department will make a significant contribution to the overall district productivity and effectiveness. I've been in private businesses for, well, going on 40 years now. And I've been with many companies. I've been on several boards. It'd be very unusual for a company, private company this size, not to have an internal audit department. And we would recommend that the internal audit department, the head of the internal audit department, report directly to the governing board. But they need to get their daily direction from the CFO, because there's no way you guys are going to be able to do that. They have to get the daily direction, but they need to report to you guys on a monthly basis. And I think the main reason for that is just the independence. But having an internal audit can do a lot of good for the district. And there's also in that list a lot of the other items that we're working on a monthly basis. Now, any questions?
No, thank you.
Dr. Petticone.
I would like to point out, Mr. Kill, I appreciate all the service that the committee has provided, and also the fact that we've reduced those audits, I think, as a result of the work that certainly the team did, but also the work that your committee has done to help effectuate that from 13 audits to 3 audits. The same 3 every other district is involved in, and that's a tribute to the work that's been done by our team, but also by you.
Well, the audits are much cleaner now than they were several years ago, and that's to commend a combination of the CFO and your team.
Dr. Stegman.
The district commissioned a few years ago a external management report. Actually, Ms. Grijalva was the only person on the dais who was here that they reported in 2008. And one of their recommendations, they commended the district for the formation of the audit committee, which was then a new institution. And they recommended at length the creation of internal audit function. And I'll read just one sentence from that recommendation. The board of a school district or an audit committee is the appropriate body for an internal audit to functionally report to in order to comply with the professional internal audit standard dealing with independence. This was the conclusion of the external management report. So has the audit committee discussed the possibility that the internal auditor could report to the board through the audit committee, which is the board's agent?
We would have the internal audit at the audit committee meetings on a regular basis, a monthly basis as we meet. But I think they should report to you as a group in writing, and they should be given any reports that they do, any internal audits that they do need to go to you guys. And I think they need to meet with you personally as well as us and attend the meetings.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to the exclusion of communicating with the board, but exactly as you're saying, we have...
They should attend our meetings monthly, no question about that.
Okay.
Maybe not the whole meeting, but they should at least come in there and present it.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I know, Dr. Stegman, I've had these conversations, as I have with some members of the audit committee. And I think you said it as well, that there needs to be oversight by the chief financial officer as well on a daily basis. Someone's got to be responsible and in charge of that.
Well, he's got to get direction from the CFO.
Right, yeah.
There's no question about that, because nobody else can do it as well as he can.
Right. And I know that Yusuf has gone and examined different configurations for that, and we'll be sharing that, hopefully, with the audit committee to make recommendations as well. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Petticone, then. Graduation update.
Yeah, for this update, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Murata, who was ready to present where we are. And this is the report that the governing board asked for, that we wanted to provide about the status of our graduation situation, as well as students who are ready for graduation, as well as those that are in jeopardy for one reason or another. There are a number of students who either are not going to be graduating unless they've passed the Ames test, others who have to complete all the requirements according to law. And so this is basically an update on that situation. So, Dr. Morano.
Ms. Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, and Ms. Durkin. The report was submitted, I believe, and it went out with your packet. So I believe it to be self-explanatory, so unless you have any questions.
Board members?
I have a question.
Mr. Juarez.
Dr. Petticone mentioned the students that we might have in jeopardy as a result of not fulfilling the requirements of the Ames. Talk a little bit about that. Last year, we had that issue with that young woman who had graduated in 3 years and was 1 point away on the Ames test. What are we looking at in terms of the next few weeks?
Under governing board policy, a student must meet all of the requirements for graduation in order to become a graduate. Becoming a graduate then basically allows you to graduate in the ceremony and to be honored in the ceremony. And so if a student has not successfully completed their graduation requirements, and that includes passing all 3 Ames exams, a student then is not eligible for graduation diploma, and therefore is not eligible to attend and participate in the ceremony.
Sure. Dr. Petticone, is that something that's at the discretion of the board then?
The marching in the ceremony certainly is, and the board has taken a position that a student that does not meet those requirements will not march, and the board could certainly make any decision they want to in that regard. There's not any choice on the part of the governing board to graduate that student without meeting the requirements of law.
Makes sense.
And just to follow up, was that 2 years ago that we waived for that first year that these graduation requirements came into effect regarding Ames? We waived it the first year and allowed students to walk, but made it really clear that they weren't able to walk the following year.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
And so this would be year 3.
This is the 3rd year, which means that the first year we did create an exemption for students, and they did not receive a diploma, but they were allowed to participate in the ceremony. However, last year, the governing board decided that students needed to successfully complete all the graduation requirements, and that included the Ames. Students were not allowed to walk unless they were graduates, and that's we're still going under that assumption, and we will move forward, and we're certainly informing our graduates that they have to pass the Ames.
Dr. Petticone, then Mr. Hicks.
Just very, very briefly, you may remember, board members that were present at the time, that there was the reason that the board made that concession was because there was an augmentation that was provided in years previous to that, where a student could still not pass the Ames test but compensate based on grades and completion of some other things. Having taken the Ames test, I think, every time it was administered, when that rule of law terminated, the board felt that the students that were involved in that at that time deserved to have some concession. We made arrangements to help those students pass the Ames test the following time, and we also had accountability for that first year on the condition, as you said, that from that day forward, we would not be allowing students to march, and that's what happens.
Mr. Hicks.
And also, if you remember, we had stipulations in regards that they were going to come back during the summer to make up those things, and from my understanding, the majority of them did not come back. Is that correct?
Students were invited to return, continue through summer school taking math, and tutoring is offered in the fall. There is a sense of disillusionment in some students, and they feel that, many of them feel that, well, why should I come back to take the exam if I'm not enrolled in school? Some of them have taken us up on the offer. Quite a few have not, and some of them do continue on into PIMA, and some of them do not. But this is a requirement of the state.
Yep.
What is the okay? So we have when's after graduation? When's the next time that Ames is available?
In October.
In October, and so students that came back and graduated, were they able to graduate in December, like have a ceremony or something in December?
Yes, because in December's graduation is the last time we're issuing the diploma of that year. So, for example, this past December, we issued 2012 diplomas. This coming December, we will issue 2013 diplomas.
Right. I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to be able to, I don't know how else to encourage students to come back to finish that, one section and get the extra tutoring that they need. Ms. Foster.
And that's kind of where my question is what does the outreach look like, or maybe even our responsibility? I would hope we would take responsibility to go after those students, and because they do affect, not only their lives and where they go, but our graduation rate. So what does that look like after they don't come back? How do we go after them to attest?
I think we can do a better job of outreach. There is some communication that happens between the administration and the student. The dilemma that we run into is that the students do not come back to enroll and basically take courses. Sure. And so what ends up happening is the inertia of the school year, and the focus is on the students that are in school. And certainly these students are invited back to take the exam, and then there is tutoring available to them. But given the fact that the students are not on campus, it's not something that we require them to come back, nor can we. In which case, so at that point, then it becomes based on the initiative of the student to come in and take the tutoring.
And so it sounds like out of mind, out of sight. And who's responsible for that?
The principal.
Okay. So
And
that's something
my
we could
office as well.
We could follow up on that.
Yes.
Mr. Hicks.
And, you know, for me, I came in through all this also, and I did not end up graduating. I did drop out and was working, but I do believe that it's the student's responsibility to know the requirements that they're going to need to do to graduate. If they don't meet those requirements, then you don't graduate or you don't walk. I mean, that when we allow kids or students to walk along with other individuals who did do everything, it takes away from their, as far as I'm concerned, it takes away from their achievement in achieving what was needed to be done before the graduation. I mean, that's the incentive for them to do that. And so, I mean, it's our responsibility to try to make sure that they know the requirements and do everything we can to get them to achieve those requirements. But, I mean, if you don't achieve the requirements, then you don't reap the benefits.
Mr. Juarez.
There's no denying that, Mr. Hicks. Certainly, I wholeheartedly agree. In the instance that I was referring to a minute ago, a young woman achieved all her credits within 3 years and was off by a point. I think that's the case I was referring to. I'm certainly not arguing that we need to make special allocations to young people like that, but it's certainly something that we need to acknowledge. Mm-hmm. And so I wholeheartedly agree with you. They do, as students, have a responsibility to do that. I was one of the students who didn't graduate with my class, and I went to summer school and I graduated in a summer ceremony. So I certainly understand what you're talking about. It's about commitment on the part of the student as well as us as a district. I'm simply asking, what the circumstances are related to that, and as a new board member. So I certainly appreciate all the information, Dr. Morel.
No problem.
Yeah, and I think it's really difficult when you hear the stories, and every principal, I'm sure, can appreciate that. But I think that my hope is that the interventions are a lot stronger than they were in the past, right. Where, when a student isn't passing AIMS and getting them really prepared. And my understanding is the interventions have improved, but maybe aren't still where we want them to.
I would agree with that statement. While the student is a senior, and especially given the fact that they have to take their 4th exam and their 5th exam, that schools are rather assertive with students in terms of making sure that they're taking every opportunity, not only for the exam, but making sure that that they're aware that there is tutoring available and that there is support within the school to get them to pass the exam. I think once they're out of school, I think that's something where we could be stronger. But while they're in their 4th year as seniors, I have to tell you that I've been quite pleased with what I've been hearing from the principals in terms of their interventions with the students.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Thank you, Dr. Morales.
Thank you.
Information item 7, presentation of various school facilities board energy grant project rebate status. Dr. Petticone.
Okay, this I'm going to ask Marcus Jones, who is the initiator of this, to come forward and talk a little bit about this item. It's really a report on the energy savings effort and rebate at various schools. So, Mr. Jones.
Good evening. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, legal counsel. It's a real pleasure to every once in a while get to come and do something that I think is a real positive and really, on the plus side. And I have with me tonight Leonard Bird. His company, Amoresco, joined us. TUSD got $1 million grant from the School Facilities Board when they had American Recovery and Reinvestment Money funds. His company came in after we had a failure at our first attempt with a vendor and picked up the ball, and they moved forward with it. And so tonight, we had on our project, it was a really good project. It was the larger of the 2 projects that we did. It involved 14 schools, 3 high schools, 3 middle schools, and 8 elementary schools, and basically had to do with upgrading the lighting systems and light fixtures, energy management systems in some of our schools, and also some plate and frame heat exchangers in some of the larger plants that we have. So tonight I'm here. Originally we got really excited and we came. We had a check for $90,000 to present to, and I always like to give a check to one of our board presidents when they're in the office, and I don't know if I've had a chance, but the good news is, I guess it's kind of good news and bad news, is we found out that our financial department got a hold of another check before we did. So I have this check for $90,000, but I'm going to add the other amount to it that I don't have the check for and up it to $130,000. So with that, I would like Leonard to present this to you.
I will take
so I can
it.
get a real quick photo opportunity.
You have to initial that where it's been changed so we can be cashed? Or?
I think I got to get used to it.
Write that out too.
The check actually comes from the utility, from Tucson Electric Power, and Kima is the administrator, so I can't take credit for this check. But
I wish we could cash it.
Well,
What are we going to do with all
well, that's a problem. And if you would, I'll set it over here on this, and while I do that, I think Mr. Bird would like to tell you something. People librarian in the elementary. Yeah, one last piece that we want to talk about, and if you have any questions.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Pettercombe, thanks for having a nice occasion that I could come and talk to you. When we got invited to come in and take over the project for you, it actually left us with a pretty compressed time schedule. I think we got selected in October of 2011 and had to be done by March of 2012. So we did a $3 million project in about 4.5 months with Christmas in the middle of it.
Wow.
As Marcus said, you got $1 million from the federal government to fund a good portion of this project, and the rebate funds in that check make up another good portion of it. The rest were made up from bond funds you had in the past. But unfortunately, in our haste and our desire to maximize what that check would look like, you actually planned on having that check say $267,000. That's what that check was supposed to say. Unfortunately, just before we finished the project and were ready to submit for the final round of rebates, the Arizona Corporation Commission turned off the program.
Yep.
So unfortunately, we didn't get that money from Tucson Electric Power, and it wasn't their fault, it was the Corporation Commission. However, even though it's not required by our contract to guarantee rebates, one of the things that's key about this type of contracting, and the type of contracting, you've probably heard of it before, is called performance contracting. We're providing really a guarantee when we say, here's the financial status of a project, here's what it's going to cost you, here's what the sources of funds are. You're basically trusting us to do the right thing. And because of that, and the fact that we didn't submit for those rebates as early as we could have, I actually have another check for you from my company, from Amoresco, to do the right thing in the amount of $136,528.
Thank you.
Great contractor right there.
Nice. Awesome.
Hopefully this won't be the first time I get to come see you and do something like this. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pettico, did you want to endorse this one?
I just want to thank anybody that's willing to give us money. We need it very badly. So thank you. Very much.
Thanks. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity to have this chance, and maybe we can be back again sometime.
Hopefully.
No, it's not maybe. We will see.
Marcus, if we can find some more contractors like this gentleman's company.
Thank you. All right, we're on to the consent agenda. Dr. Pettico?
I would recommend approval as submitted.
Okay, board members? Excuse me. Mr. Hicks?
I'd like to pull item L, Q, and R.
L.
I know this.
Q. R. Okay.
I'd like to pull item, oh, never mind, you did it already. I thought that was I.
Anybody else? Dr. Stegman.
Items I and W.
Okay, any other items?
Should do that.
Do you have a motion?
I'll move the approval of the remainder of the consent agenda.
Second.
Sorry.
I have
Mr.
a
Hicks?
question.
Sure.
In regards to item Z, two of the members weren't here for those. Can they vote on this? It was brought up at our last one. Can they vote to adopt these minutes?
Yes, I think they can vote on it. If they're comfortable doing it, they don't have to.
Okay. I was just told that they weren't supposed to. They weren't.
Don't know who
Okay.
told you that, Mike.
Let me just verify items that we have. We have I, L, Q, R, W.
I, L, Q, R,
Any other items?
W.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Wait.
Oh, I have a motion and a
Oh.
second. Who moved?
Oh, crap, I missed that.
Dr. Stegeman, Mr. Juarez second.
Mr. Juarez, okay. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Item I, recommendation to deny request for leave of absence. This was Dr. Stegeman.
Right. This is a recommendation to deny request for leave of absence for Bruce Murchison. He exercised his statutory right to have any discussion of this case in public. So I would ask staff briefly to state, if they can, what was the reason for the recommendation for denial, and if staff wishes to respond to any of the points he raised and call to the audience.
All right, I'll ask Ms. Palmo to review that.
She can do it from there, can't she?
Yeah, you can do it
From that
From your
microphone
mic?
if you.
Is
if
it
it's on.
working?
Should be.
Right.
It's always the question.
Don't, Mr. Gay is right there.
It's on.
President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, Council Durkin. The request for leave of absence for Bruce Murchison was denied on the basis of it being a second year of request. We're following the processes of when it is a second year of request. There is review by the leadership area and discussion with HR regarding the processes that have occurred and are occurring up until that point of time. The district has followed the documented processes to address Mr. Murchison's concerns. The request for recommendation for denial of the leave is based on that it is a second year leave of absence. As reflected in the information, there is it is represented as a lifelong situation, and that granting a second year leave of absence is not a very common occurrence, and it does place us in the position of retaining an implied employment at the end of that second year at a time when we are reducing staff. And therefore, our recommendation is based on the process that we have complied with the processes through his first year and second year of application. And because it is a second year, and because it is indicated that it is a lifelong situation, and that we are in a time when we are looking to preserve positions for staff involved in the reduction in force, that we are recommending denial of the second year of leave of absence.
Okay, Ms. Foster.
So during a leave of absence, does the district provide benefits?
No.
And so this year or next year, TUSD would not. So through this vote, we would not be ending any medical benefits.
Correct.
With this decision.
Dr. Petticone.
Ms. Malin, if the board were to approve this recommendation, Mr. Merchants would be qualified to be rehired in the future. He's leaving with a satisfactory performance.
That is correct. There is no reason, should he become available to work in the future, that there is no reason to not consider him for a position at that time.
Mr. Juarez.
I really don't understand all the details as to why we weren't able, and I don't know if we can discuss that here now. But since he did ask that we discuss this in public, what were the accommodations that Mr. Murchison was asking for? Can we discuss that?
President Grijalva and members of the board, I would prefer not to. We are in litigation on this time.
I see. As a person with a lifelong disability, and again, without knowing that, I'm not comfortable voting on this or supporting your recommendation. I'd really like to know why we're not able to do that. If it impedes him from teaching, I completely understand that and performing his duties. But that's not what I got from his comments and call to the audience.
Board members? Any other? Dr. Stegman.
I'm concerned about the fact that we're doing this while we're in litigation.
I agree.
Ms. Durkin.
I would just like to remind the board of what your legal authority is here. Under 15.510, the governing board may authorize leaves of absence for school district personnel when it deems such leaves of absence to be reasonable and for good cause, and not detrimental to education within the school district. So it's within the board's discretion to grant or deny.
Thank you.
Any other questions? A motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay.
You moving to approve?
Yep, I'm moving to approve.
Okay. Any other discussion? Have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
No.
Dr. Stegeman?
No.
Ms. Foster?
No.
Ms. Grijalva?
No. So by this vote, do we need to then vote to grant the leave of absence, or is that just implied?
No, it will be granted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item L, reduction in force of certified employees for the 2013-2014 school year. Mr. Hicks pulled this item.
Yeah, I'm having some heartburn over some of this stuff and some of our budgeting and some of our DSEG budgeting. The reason I pulled this was because I just wanted to explain. I do have some issues with some of these and how we arranged or came to this list, and that I wouldn't be able to support it. So that's basically my comment.
Okay. Any other comments? Ms. Foster, then Mr. Juarez.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Juarez.
The comment that I don't recall who it was. I think it was the young woman in the back that said, why weren't we having a job fair before we RIF people? I understand the process of trying to put this out and then have folks apply for their jobs, but I also feel a little uncomfortable with how long 4 pages of educators. And I understand it's not lost on me that we voted for these policies to balance our budget, but we always said that we wouldn't do it on the backs of our students or our employees, and it seems very much so with the list this long. I'd like a little bit more time to see how this goes. I'm also not naive to the idea that we have a timetable that we have to fulfill, but it was these labor groups that helped us bring this balance, this budget to a balance. and then we turn around and riff people. It's also not lost on me that today is Teacher Appreciation Day, and we're not really appreciating a lot of folks right now. It's a difficult thing that we need to do. We need to balance the budget, but I think we need to reevaluate how we're doing that with our teachers. I think our morale is getting to a point that it's getting difficult to sleep at night. So I definitely want to hold off on this in terms of supporting this recommendation.
Dr. Petticone.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the reason that we were able to balance the budget is because we talked about exactly what we're doing tonight. It isn't, you don't save money in any other way than by cutting back on resources and people. And unfortunately, as we created the standards which the board approved, following those standards, it results in a number of teachers being reduced. And what we did with consolidations, as you heard, was to place every faculty member we could. Now we're in a situation where reduction in force is necessary. Let's talk a little bit about the reason that we couldn't have a fair up front. And I'd like Pam to talk a little bit about consensus and what causes us to have to act tonight, for example, on this issue, and why we cannot wait and delay the decision by the board to take this action. So,
Ms. Palmer.
President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, and Council Durkin, the reduction in force process timing is driven by a provision in the TEA consensus agreement that requires us to notify people involved that are potentially involved in a reduction in force by the Friday before the last day of school. We do not, as an administration, have the authority to make that determination. That is a governing board direction regarding the approval of the intent to notify people of the reduction in force. So the timing of this is based on the board meeting that precedes that, as close to that time as possible. This year, the governing board meeting is 1 week earlier than it would be in most typical years, as we're not meeting on the second Tuesday of the month. As you know, it's a dynamic process daily, and between a few days ago and today, there are 20 positions that were able to be removed from the RIF list. This list is the notification of the intent. If an affected employee, if an employee whose position was affected is not a successful candidate during the competitive process, then your approval tonight of this RIF list gives us the authority to proceed with laying off that individual. Those individuals do have recall rights, and as positions become available, they are the first in line through the processes outlined in the consensus agreement to offer them reemployment with the district. By not approving the going ahead with the approval of this reduction in force identified staff, certified staff, we would be placed in the situation of not being able to comply with our agreement. That would then place us in the situation to have to come to you to do something about that position. So again, this is the list as of today. In notifying folks officially that their position is targeted as eliminated, and that they they're eligible to apply for other current positions that are vacant, but if they do not secure that position, then they are laid off.
And there will be, Madam President,
Dr.
just to finish this discussion, there will be a hiring fair where our internal employees will be given an opportunity first to interview. Is that correct? Why don't you describe that? That
is correct. Again, because the timing and because we've had the school closure district-initiated transfer placement process, we needed to complete that first before we opened up the positions that remained as vacant. Typically, we would have had a fair this week, And then we would have had another fair. In order to be able to offer employment to as many people as possible, we can logistically only offer one fair before that Friday, before the last day of school. So in order to accommodate and honor our own employees, the first 2 hours of that fair are for interviews for internal applicants only. And then for the period after that, external applicants can be interviewed as well.
So the last thing I'll say, we followed every procedure, did everything that we were told to do, everything that we had to do in order to make this a fair process. It is not a pleasant process. Nobody at this dais or anywhere in this room wants to see this happen. But as a result of the things that we've discussed earlier, this is the situation that we're in. We also isn't atypical of what happens in the spring in any given year, where we have a number of rifts when an individual comments. This seems to be what happens every spring. There's some truth to that, because we have movement and adjustment every spring. Our process requires that we do things in a specific way, as Pam is talking about, and we're locked into that process. Now, I'm very interested in exploring ways, I think the district should be, and how we can change that process to make it more effective in terms of the things that we've talked about. But in the current situation, we have no choice but to move forward with a recommendation to approve these. Without doing that, we're unable to meet our obligation, we believe. So it would put us in a very difficult position.
Ms. Foster.
I have a handful of questions here. First of all, is it 187, or you said 20 less? Are we at 167 now? Or we're still at
167 or 168. It's either 19 or 20 less.
Okay. And there are 158 postings that are advertised right now. And so I just want to reiterate that those positions are open for everybody to apply for.
That is correct.
And why would we do that rather than the DIT process? And I want to reiterate what I heard during the call to the audience, which was on our website, to recruit new teachers, outside people, and it really is kind of a slap to the people who have worked here for so long. Maybe I just need to understand why that process wasn't in place.
The DIT process is not the agreed upon process in our current agreement with TEA. The competitive process is the current agreed upon process. The DIT process was a separate memorandum of agreement for the school consolidation affected teachers and certified staff only.
And did employee groups ask for an extension in this situation?
No.
For these positions? And are all of these positions reductions or I'm sorry, eliminations of positions, or are some of these reductions? For example, I've heard of a dozen exceptional ed teachers who have gone down to a half-time, and that they are on this list. Are those the individuals you're talking about had been removed?
The decision was made to not reduce exceptional ed teachers to half-time, because that essentially is saying that we are going to reduce you and you have to go out to find your other half-time position. Therefore, if we have the vacancies in exceptional ed that are available and they're posted, people are eligible to apply for them if they want the 1.0. It's very it becomes an individual negotiation and logistics problem when you have a person individually trying to combine 0.5s to equal 0.5 FTE to equal 1.0.
To understand, some of these people have gone from a full-time position to a half-time position, and so the half of their position is what is being riffed.
They're being riffed in order for them to have the opportunity to apply for full-time positions.
And then in your experience, last year, how many RIFs did we have? Do you remember?
I believe we had around 100 on the list that first came to the board. And preceding that list, we had at least one expedited interview fair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we had one expedited
interview. It's a job fair.
Okay.
And so we were able to fill some of the vacancies before we brought the list to you. And again, that's a timing impact.
So last year about 100, this year about 150. And of those 100 last year, how many were able to find employment through the same process back in our district?
I don't recall that off the top of my head to be able to tell you now, but I know that information is available, and I believe we provided some of that information already. But I will be sure.
Last year?
Yes.
Okay. And my last question is how many because we have a lot of librarians and counselors who might not be highly qualified with the credentials and the certification to apply for these new positions. Is that true? I guess I'm just concerned about that.
You would need to be appropriately certified and highly qualified for the positions for which you are applying.
And so is that different this year because we don't have, because there's so many librarians and counselors on the list, will they qualify for these positions that they could, after going through getting this paperwork, then they could apply as part of this job fair?
Yes, if they qualify, they can apply for any position.
Because I just want to reiterate that we have highly qualified teachers, a pool of talent. There are so many teachers with a ton of experience. And could I also ask why so many experienced teachers? Because I'm used to a RIF process of having with the seniority, and so
I can defer to Council Durkin to state the statute, but seniority cannot be applied.
Okay, so that's state law,
right?
So state law is seniority is no longer a factor in this process, and so that's why we have so many experienced teachers here. But having so much experience could definitely be an asset to the application process with these 158 positions.
Right. Dr. Pettico and then Dr. Stegman.
And just I don't know if you've answered the question, why did we open it up to outside when we have internal candidates as well? What was the reason for posting outside?
Because we want to try to fill as many positions as possible. It's difficult to predict who will apply for what positions. So we are asking for many people to commit their services to make this hiring possible for our internal folks, but we also want to try to use their time very well. So if there are not applicants for their position internally, we want to be sure if there is an external applicant, they can be handled as part of this day's work.
Dr. Stegman.
I'd like to second Dr. Petticone's remarks. We are at this point, because of previous agreements that we have reached, the previous policy decisions we've made, decisions about reduction in force, including the fact that we invite people from the outside as part of the RIF process. That's also part of our standard policy and agreement at this point. So this is all basically everything here is dictated by decisions we've made in the past. And to go back on that philosophically at this point, I think would be incoherent. All this is doing, this is simply the list of the specific names that is the result of that process. Now, if the board had an issue with the particular persons, that's a decision that's being made at this point. And I mean, I don't know if people do, but that would be, I think, the reason for objecting at this point. But I don't think this is the appropriate point at which to say somehow we shouldn't have come to this point and be doing these RIFs at all, because that is a product of our own past decisions.
Mr. Juarez.
So timing is everything. You know, last year the fair coincided with right before we had to make the RIF decisions, and the best case scenario really was what occurred. So theoretically, we're talking about the agreements that we have with our labor groups. Theoretically, would we be imposing language if we pushed this back a week and allowed for this expedited interview fair to occur?
You would indeed have to impose, in my opinion, but I'll again defer to Council Durkin to be sure, if you want to check my opinion on that. However, by moving this back and not publishing the RIF list, we would then be waiting till June for this to occur. Staff would not be on contract or at school anymore, and we will extend the process even further for filling positions, because not only at the job fair that occurs do we have people applying for vacant positions on the RIF list, we have people applying to transfer. And so we begin what could be described as a domino effect then, where people get selected, a new vacancy is created. We now have to do more job fairs to fill those, and we get closer up to the beginning of school. And so the RIF list is the list that we can tell you right now. It does not mean that every person on this list is going to be subject to layoff.
Can you remind me when the job fair is? What's the
May
date?
18th.
That Sunday? No. Okay, so it's the Friday before that you have to notify, but you need some time to get letters out, right?
We need time to check references, qualifications, to verify the qualifications again, check references, make offers, and complete the process.
Mr. Juarez.
And how much time do you think that would be? 1, 2, 3 weeks?
For 100 people, that can take 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. So if I understand this correctly, it would entail more work for HR. The staff would not be on contract, but would more than likely interview while they were off contract, and I think a lot of them would probably want to do that. And then that would push us into the 2 weeks past May 18th in order for some of the staff to be notified whether or not that we're going to be riffed or hired on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the imposing question that I brought on earlier, if the labor groups were willing to push back that schedule, and this is probably just naivete, if TEA did not have an objection to this, would that then be imposing language? I'm just trying to understand this.
In my opinion, you would need to impose, because there's been no negotiated memorandum of agreement at this point in time to carry out a change of date. If people cannot be offered contracts, as is always our risk, they will look elsewhere for that assurance. So we don't want to delay the expedited interview process any longer, nor do we recommend not approving the list at this time, so that we can move forward and work with the people who are interested in remaining employed with TUSD to secure positions.
I'm sure a lot of them are. So I think you said we would delay the expedited interview process, but is that the fair that you're referring to?
Yes.
Because I wasn't at all proposing that we postpone that. I was saying that we would have that and then maybe schedule a meeting the Tuesday after. Is that something?
We would not be prepared to bring you the results of that process in that short of time period.
Okay. And you guys are doing a great job. I'm just trying to figure out how we move this forward and really replicate the timing that we had last year, where we were able to really enlist some of those folks before we posted that RIF list.
Dr. Petticone.
I think it's important to note that this is not the night we're riffing. This is the night we're giving authority to notify. And there's a distinction. It's the same thing when people come forward and say, you fired the principal at a school. They haven't been fired. They've been on notice that, pending the action that needs to take place, they have been noticed that they're subject to that. So the decision to do that really is up to the governing board in all cases. And the same is true of this. These are procedural issues that we are locked into by our agreements and by by policy. So if we don't do this and we make a change in this process for any reason other than the fact that you've got some objection to certain individuals that are on the list, then it subverts the process that we've been directed to follow. So it does create real serious problems for us. And that's the concern. Again, no one wants to push this forward. We would love to have more time to do a number of different things. We're also up against the timeline of the difficulty we have in hiring people. Let's say we're not able to fill all those positions, and we may have more positions that come open. The longer we wait, we are plagued by the same reputation this district has had for hiring late in the spring, when we miss opportunities to hire the best candidates. We're hoping that we can hire all of the folks that are potentially on a RIF list. That would take care of a whole lot of our issues, and we'd have this issue, the hiring process taken care of. But that's not very likely in terms of highly qualified positions, who will be most suited for certain positions that are open. So we have to be able to allow staff to do what they've got to do to have a timely execution of these duties. So that's the problem that we're feeling a little frustrated about, is this is the time when we are unfortunately faced with that issue.
Yep. Well, I mean, I counted here, and I know that I was one of the people who voted to reduce the number of counselors and librarians in our schools, and there are 35 of them on this list. One of them is a really good friend of mine. I happened to see her today, which was lovely, and she mentioned that she was offered 3 other positions that she hadn't applied for. She's offered 3 other positions and is opting to leave our district and go to be a librarian in another district. I mean, she said, I could have stayed, but, this is going to work out okay for me. And so it was fine. So I don't know how many, other people are in that position. I guess my concern is when we have specifically our high schools that have a large number of people that are leaving. That worries me quite a bit. We have a few of our elementary schools that have quite a few of the teachers. And so I guess I'm sort of wondering, since it seems to not be consistent across the board. You have some elementary schools that have quite a few people on the list, and others that only have one, some that have none. I guess I'm sort of wondering, especially in the case that was highlighted to us by the call to the audience, we have 12 from Choya, 7 from Pueblo. I don't know how many teachers they're hiring, but I know that some teachers have left, so I guess I'm just a little bit concerned about, starting the school year with a lot of subs, which is what has happened in the past at some of our schools, specifically some of our, west and south side schools.
So,
Dr. Pettico.
So that's why we're pushed to try to make these decisions as quickly as we can. You want to speak at all about why one school might have more RIFs than another school? What are some conditions that might cause that?
It could be funding source change. It could be the number of resignations. It could be enrollment. Each school would have to be addressed individually, and we can certainly do that, but I'm certainly not prepared with that information tonight.
So are there people on this list that have resigned from their positions, not applied for positions?
There are people who have declined placement offers in the school consolidation process, and therefore would automatically go on to the RIF notification list. They have chosen to go through the competitive process for other positions that may become available that were not available at the time of the placement offer. So there are a variety of reasons that staff are in the position that their position has been eliminated, and they have they're on the list to bring to you as potential reduction in force.
Ms. Foster, then Dr. Stegeman.
So I just want to clarify that I want to go back to these exceptional ed teachers, because we know how hard they are to find, and you're always talking about the need for exceptional ed teachers, and to have them on the list. I mean, it's like I've shared with so many people, it's like asking me to choose between my arm or my leg, right? The place where we are. in public education in Arizona right now with this, and librarians or counselors. That was an incredibly difficult decision, and now to see exceptional ed teachers when we know there's such a need for them. So I just want to ask again for my clarification. These exceptional ed teachers who have been reduced to a 0.5 must be RIFed in order for them to apply for a full position?
They would be placed on the RIF list because we do not have a district-initiated transfer process. That is not the process we use. So in order for them to be able to compete for any vacant 1.0 FTE positions, they would be using the competitive process to do that.
And the other question I have, so a DIT process would really be, I guess we're giving more decision to the site through this process. The principals are having more decision through the competitive process to use this list, as opposed to these 150 people have to be placed. There's not as much site-based decision when it comes to, is that a correct
There
statement?
is also not as much individual decision because we cannot offer all vacancies to every person in a district-initiated transfer process. So there's actually a limitation of the number of positions that would be offered in that kind of condition. So the expedited interview process, or being able to compete for a position, allows an individual to compete for the position that they are interested in, not one that we have identified to place them in.
And just to finish here, this is incredibly difficult. And more so I want to state for me than other people on this board, because it's my name as the board clerk that appears on this document that goes out.
It's just as hard for
And
the
as a
rest of us.
teacher, this is incredibly, incredibly difficult.
Right.
And this has been the whole process so far has been so difficult. But I want to point out that I'm very proud that we have not imposed language, and as hard as nobody's happy. Nobody's happy with these decisions. But I am proud of our collaboration and the work that we have made. And I know somebody from employee groups said otherwise during the call to the audience, but past boards have imposed language. Past boards had said enough. And here you go. This is what you got. And I just want to reiterate how much we have worked, and to hear that. I believe in these people, and I believe that they will be high candidates for these other positions. And I do see that this process of giving the competitive process, which our employee groups endorse and support, that as ugly as what we have to vote for right now this evening, gives our teachers an opportunity to come back. And I expect that, and I hope that, and that's kind of why I wanted the confirmation of what happened last year. Riffing is part of our process. It happens in every district almost every year in Arizona. And so I wanted to find out what last year, what did we do? How many did we get back following this process? Because I definitely trust and know that a majority of them will be back with us.
Dr. Stegeman.
Well, it is painful, and I understand this, and I know persons personally on this list too, but if we had wanted to change our agreements, if we had wanted to change our force reduction decisions, if we had wanted to change our processes, these are decisions we should have made weeks or months ago. And to wait till now, in May, when the RIF list that's a result of all that to come forward, to pull the rug out from under staff at this point, I really think would be terrible. I think that would really undercut the previous direction we've given in the language of our agreements. If we want to do it differently, then between now and when we get to this point next year, we can revisit these issues and say, is this the right process? Do we want to do it differently? But I think this year in May, this is too late to be changing the rules.
Any other comments?
As much as As much
Mr.
as
Juarez.
sorry about that. As much as I would want to agree with you, Dr. Stegeman, I think, and this is certainly not a reprimand on our staff, but we should have looked at the calendar a little early on to find out that we were going to have this meeting scheduled today versus next week. And I'm sure, and I don't know if I'm contradicting you here. I'm going to get corrected over here.
No,
Dr.
Madam Chair. Yeah, we've got to talk about what happened and how we arrived at this. This is not a matter of staff not preparing for something. This is a matter of the way in which these actions had to take place as a result of the board making decisions that were prolonged, if you recall, over the course of that process. So, there's only so much time in a calendar to do these things, and we find ourselves in this situation as a result of things that are really out of our control. So it's not about not preparing. I appreciate Dr. Stegeman's comments about if we need to change this process, let's change the process. I'm not sure what that looks like. It may be that we have to talk to the association and talk about how we can change deadlines and do some things that we would be more than willing to do. But this is an unusual spring as well. With all of the moving parts that have taken place this spring, all of the actions that had to occur, it really is an unusual spring, and it's an unfortunate situation that we're in. But honestly, it's not about whether we prepared effectively or dates that we could have done differently. It's really the condition that we're in. So.
Mr. Juarez.
And I appreciate the correction on that, and certainly it was us that kept pushing back that process back, so I accept that we take some responsibility of that. Like I said, it wasn't a reprimand on staff.
No good deed.
It's, no good deed. It's been an unusual 4 months, Dr. Petticone, and this is certainly not what I envisioned as a candidate and now as a board member. That being said, I think we probably need to move forward on this.
Mr. Hicks.
I'd like to move the item.
Second.
A first and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, have a roll call vote, Sylvia, please.
Mr. Hicks?
No.
Mr. Juarez?
No.
Dr. Stegeman?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
There are 224 openings, right, in our district, and I expect every single teacher here on this list to apply for that. Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes. Oh, I love this position. Okay. Next, item Q, fiscal year 2013-14 expenditures for Suntran bus passes. Mr. Hicks, you pulled this item.
I was looking at, I'd like to get some clarification. Is these Suntran, are we required to provide Suntran bus passes to our students? I believe it's a tune of a 1.2 or 1.4 million.
Madam Chair, members of the board, either Jim Burns or Candy can answer this question.
If I may, President Grijalva, Mr. Hicks, we by policy can offer public transportation. We use public transportation in many situations for good reasons, including the flexibility it offers students. But we in many instances where transportation is available, we do also Suntran transportation is available. We provide TUSD transportation because it works out more efficiently and effectively for students because of our exceptional ed or other transportation needs. And there are areas of the city that we cannot provide transportation through Suntran. So it is by policy a choice for both high school, and actually our policy says middle school also, but we do it with high school students.
How long has this policy been in effect?
Many years. I'm not exactly sure when it began, but Jim, do you know when that policy? Yeah, we don't. It has been in policy. We are looking to revisit the policy because of the walk distance, and we need to affirm what our policy is going to be, but we're waiting to figure out exactly what's going to happen with the unitary status plan and those requirements before we address the policy moving forward.
And the policy's been in existence, but it wasn't up until was it really last year or the year before where we really in earnest gave out a lot of passes and sort of ended a lot of the bus service at the high schools?
Well,
right?
no, we have used Suntran predominantly for all of the schools that had access, except for an area for Pueblo that was Midvale Park.
Okay.
We have traditionally provided yellow bus service for that area, even though we there is Suntran transportation there.
So that's why we heard from that community specifically.
That is,
okay.
and that was basically the only change. And there's an area that we could provide for Choya Suntran. However, we have to go farther out to bring students into Choya, so it doesn't make any sense to drive by the students that are getting on Suntran and coming in with partially empty buses. So we provide yellow bus. We work to be the most efficient and effective that we can.
Okay. Mr. Hicks, did you have to follow up?
I'm just looking at, I mean, in the days that we're looking at trying to save money, I believe this was 1.4 million or 1.2 million that were spent, 1.6 or something like that?
1.6.
$1.6 million in Suntran. Are we working with Suntran at all to try to alleviate any of this? I mean, I would assume that we're a pretty substantial client for Suntran. And I know Suntran doesn't give out the student passes anymore. But have we worked with, the city council or Suntran to get some type of discount?
We are actively working with Suntran, and we are requesting that. We have not been successful to this point, and right now there's a great deal of work being done to implement their
Go card.
Yes.
What about the city council? Suntran doesn't set their rates. City council sets the rates.
And we, and as a matter of fact, Dr. Petticone in our meetings with his meetings, and I've joined him in a couple of them that we've met with city council members to discuss this, and we could increase that effort. This allows us the opportunity, by passing this tonight, it allows us to continue to work with Suntran, and we are saving district funds by utilizing Suntran. We couldn't provide this transportation with our equipment and our current staff configuration as efficiently and as cost effectively as we do with.
Well, I think not. If this doesn't go through tonight, I think we could still work with Suntran. In fact, I think we'd have even a better handle on it by not doing it, because the reduction of the $1.6 million to their budget is just as devastating as are losing $17 million. So in your assertion that if we don't pass this, we can't work with Suntran or the city council. Yes, that is. Oh, okay. So
I'm sorry. I've been advised that one of the things that I need to mention is that the bus pass flexibility and transportation is one of our USP obligations, and we are working effectively to accommodate all.
USP explicitly says we will supply bus passes.
No, what it says is that we have to, in order to have the flexibility that we anticipate with providing transportation to increase integration in our schools, that we will be moving students outside of their current attendance areas to other schools, and bus passes will give us more flexibility in that problem solving that we are heading into. We haven't completed all of that evaluation and analysis yet. And I would also like to just say, please understand, I wasn't saying that we wouldn't keep the pressure on and try to get a reduction in costs from Suntran. I think that would be a great activity and one that I would welcome support for.
Okay. I think if we worked more closely with the council, knowing how the council interacts with the bus unions or the bus rider unions and all the other, I find it hard and difficult to believe that they would not work with TUSD in trying to help us get our kids and their citizens to schools at maybe at some reduced fare. That's my point within all that. Thank you.
Mr. Juarez and Dr. Stegman.
I think I forget where I heard this, but I think TUSD students outnumber the number of Raytheon employees in terms of taking Suntran buses. Mm-hmm. So I think vote with your dollars, if you will. But I think that's something that we need to remind the City Council of in working collaboratively with our district.
Dr. Stegman.
What would I think Mr. Hicks does raise a fair point about our bargaining power. What would be the consequence of postponing this item?
If I could ask Jim Burns' operations business office.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Pettigone and Councilor Durkin, a short-term delay would make no impact at all. Our primary concern is that we have to create enough leeway to get our POs in place so that before University High School starts their little 2-week summer program, I can buy bus passes in July.
Okay, so we could conceivably postpone this until our next meeting?
Yes, ma'am, wouldn't be an issue.
Ms. Foster.
And I was going to ask this question later on when we talk about the budget for this year. And so this, for Suntran passes, it comes from DSEG funds.
Ma'am, it comes from a combination of DSEG and M&L funding.
Okay, it's a combination. And we are revisiting it because it didn't, how many students used it compared to what we expected? And I guess I just wanted to understand.
This is for next year.
Right. What did we learn from this year's budget, and how has that informed the decision for next year's budget with Suntran?
We are bringing this forward because we do this every year. We have to renew it each year. So sure. I'm not understanding.
Is it more or less than?
So I heard you say earlier that we're revisiting. You were going to revisit the use of Suntran passes. Is that correct?
No, we need to evaluate our current method of routing students based on the new requirements for the unitary status plan, which changes the way we provide transportation for eligible students. It will change what will constitute eligibility in the future.
And are we spending more this year, more DSEG funds this year than last year for Suntran?
Currently, the DSEG is not yet approved by the board, but we're anticipating that the funding should be right about 50-50. But we are anticipating less because of the issues with Pueblo last year. We're removing those students from our anticipated Suntran purchases and anticipating yellow buses being routed for those students. So we are looking at about a $250,000 reduction from our Suntran expenditures from last year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? I think there seems to be support. Oh, Mr. Hicks.
Oh, no, I was just going to move it.
You were going to move it?
Move the item?
I thought we were going to...
Oh, were we going to postpone it? Oh, okay.
Well, I thought that was where you were.
Well, no, I wanted an explanation as to what we're doing with this and why it's, if we're required to do this by state law, or I wanted some information on it, but I'm fine with postponing it and seeing if we can't get a better deal through Suntran. So Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and postpone the item. Because we can also move the item and then ask staff to go and try to negotiate a lower rate. And we could also do, I think, maybe our part in having one or more of us. We could show up to a city council meeting. I mean, we can. There are some things that we could do and authorize this, or we can wait and still do all of those things. I'm open to either one. Dr. Stegeman.
Well, that's true, but I think our bargaining power is at least as great if we wait to move it. I think we can't hurt ourselves by waiting.
Well, I think that we really should come up with a plan then on when we're going to go to city council meeting and tell them that we're delaying our expenditures because, of the price tag. I don't know.
We want a discount. We may want to.
Yes, Dr.
Yeah, we've talked with city council members and encouraged them to consider this. Of course, the city will come back with the same thing you would imagine. The authority for giving us reduced rates, we've gone to Candy. I'm not sure who would be able to make that decision ultimately if it is the city council. And the question that's begged is, what will you do if we don't do it? And, we would have to look at our fleet, and we would have to look at what we would do to have yellow buses transporting our students, and I think they know that as well. So we'll do whatever you want to do. We can postpone it and gather more information, talk to city council members, do whatever you'd like. So
we can all do our part.
That would be great.
All right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and postpone that item until our next meeting. Excuse me. Item R, transportation additional service expenditures. This is another pulled by Mr. Hicks.
Yeah, here's another $1.6 million that's going on. What can you explain to me a little more? I mean, I see that it's for contracted transportation services for 1 year. What? I'm not understanding. I'm seeing that it's for field trips. I could have sworn we have a bus that's capable of going outside travel.
This really will. I'll let Candy talk about it, but this is about whether we have the capacity on all of our buses to handle all of the work that we need to be able to facilitate all student trips and so forth. What do you want to talk about what this item is?
Right. Yes. This is for services for multiple needs, including our McKinney-Vento students, our homeless students, that may be residing now outside of the district, and we need to bring them into our schools. It also provides additional services for students that, for whatever reason it might be, exceptional needs, and it could be location. And also, a large part of this also goes toward contracting for out-of-town trips. We generally contract, for example, for all trips that will take the buses up to Flagstaff area because it's we believe safer. The buses are better equipped for snow travel. So it's a range of needs that we have through the athletic programs, for our educational programs, and also specific needs of students. Sometimes smaller, even smaller vehicles contracted is actually more cost effective in some situations, or we just don't have the drivers and buses to do that. We have, over the last year, greatly reduced our contract services by purchasing smaller buses, and actually Jim Burns has some good data to that effect, showing just by reducing the size of our buses so that we can better manage our fleet, giving us more efficient buses, and also a ability to cancel some of our vendors, or at least reduce the costs. So we are working many directions to reduce costs, but this is will be necessary in order to provide athletic and other services for our students.
So athletics doesn't purchase their buses when they're moving. I mean, I don't recall seeing too many gray line vans or buses taking kids to the buses. I usually see yellow buses doing that. The other thing is, and I do remember going on some field trips in a couple of the schools that my children went with, and the school was responsible for supplying the buses for that, not the district. Is that not a correct statement? Because
we use all of those methods. Parents, we use our yellow buses when we can. We schedule them as tightly as we possibly can. So there's a variety of ways that the services are provided.
But the school purchases the services from, in effect, from transportation. So it costs a certain amount of money to take a field trip to whatever the place is using our buses. So that's how we offset the cost of some of those trips. So that's why you would find your school paying for some of those things.
Just $3 million in just bus passes and this.
It's transportation.
And then these go by, I mean, we don't get to negotiate. I'm thinking of McKinney-Vento, and that's taxis. I mean, that is
Exactly.
taxi prices, and that's part of the act, is we have to go get those kids and using taxi service, and that's, we don't get to negotiate
Well,
that.
you can buy a van and go get them also. I mean, these kids were around when I was in school also, so, I mean, I don't believe too much has changed too much. Yellow buses are yellow buses, vans are vans. And the idea of using some, taxi services for some things, where we can buy a van and have a full-time person, I mean, $1.6 million. And again, I mean, we're riffing teachers, we're doing all kinds of things now. And to me, it looks like we need to be doing some more digging in regards to saving some more funding. So that's my issue.
Ms. Foster.
Yes, Mr. Wattis. Really choose you.
Yeah, like, why are you talking to me? And this goes back to, I think, what Dr. Petticone was saying before. I think Dr. Segerman said it as well, is we need to kind of look at a better process. 1.6 to not, I mean, I don't know how many buses that'll buy, but certainly it's mandated by the USP, so it's something we have to act on now, if I understand correctly. But I certainly would propose that we look at possibly looking at our own buses that we can then use for this. Hopefully, they're CNG buses.
Can I ask for a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have one more question.
Dr. Stegman.
How many vendors are we using for this?
Madam President, currently for the contracted bus fleet, we use 4 different vendors. For the usually with the exceptional education McKinney-Vento students, we have 2 vendors on contract. Predominantly, most of our contracts are with the single source stuff through them to try to keep them. They give us by far the best price this year.
And how long since those were procured? Do you know? We
not
bid
off
for
the
those?
top of my head, but
Yeah.
we rebid them aggressively because they are a high dollar figure.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm comfortable.
Okay, so all those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Item W, approval of, membership agreement with Valley Schools Employee Benefit Trust. Dr. Stegeman, you pulled that item?
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time here. I read the proposed IGA, and I was confused about exactly what our obligations were if we enter this agreement, and I would just like a brief staff summary of what this commitment entails.
Madam
Dr.
President,
Stegeman.
members of the board, Petticone.
I'm
Kevin Starr,
sorry.
It's all right. Kevin Starr is here, and he can provide you with whatever information you need.
Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, and Council Durkin, Kevin Starr, Acting Director of Purchasing. The obligations for becoming a member are virtually, there's no commitment there. We're just adding this like a cooperative agreement that we can use as a tool to possibly look at lower benefit costs that are offered through the trust.
Okay, Dr.
I was struck by a provision in the IJ that once we agree, we can't pull out for 3 years. And I just wondering why that's in there if we're not committing to anything. So I couldn't quite figure out what that IJ was about.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they have that 3-year provision in there. Ultimately, there's no cost to join. It's really just another tool in our toolbox that we can look at. Obviously, we wouldn't enter into any agreement with Valley without the Medical Trust Board looking at what choices we make, the benefits manager and staff, and the board.
No, just to clarify, I like the idea of having options. I mean, I think that's great. I just, as I said, looking at the IGA, I was a little confused about what it was about. But I'll go ahead and, on the strength of your analysis, I'll move the item.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Mr. Hicks, I'm sorry,
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Second.
Are you staying?
Any discussion?
If we need to.
All in favor
If we
say
need to.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? And it passes. Excuse me.
Hopefully we
So
won't
I'm
need it.
going to go ahead and recess the regular meeting to begin the public hearing, final revision of the fiscal year 2012-2013 TUSD annual expenditure budget in accordance to ARS 15-905. Dr. Petticone?
Hey, Madam Chair, members of the board, Nancy Mueller is here to present this item, and she will present the final revised budget.
Yes. Thank you.
Madam President and members of the board, Dr. Petticone, Council. We just have a little short slide to just show you where we are on the May revision, which is of course a required item that we have to do every year. First slide, or the next slide, just shows where we started out with our adopted. It's okay, I'll wait.
We have a presentation too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Well,
have
the
it,
first
so-
slide does.
We encourage you to catch up so people can see it, but
Okay. The papers in front of you then show where we started with the adopted and where we are now with the changes. Most of those changes are due to average daily membership changes. And then the next page just shows the changes in our soft capital and our unrestricted capital. The state made additional cuts, and so we had cuts made to those two items, the capital and the unrestricted, and the total reduction. The last slide just shows what is probably going to happen with these few changes that were made. Better than expected carryover, $500,000 in the M&O. No impact on budgeted expenditures. The expenditures that we were planning at the beginning of the year are the same ones that we're planning now. So no changes there. The soft capital and unrestricted capital reductions are higher, but won't impact any of our expenditures. It might impact our carryover in those two funds, might reduce the carryover in those. Any questions?
board members? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Stegeman.
So what the total reduction in soft and coral is 440K? Is that what I'm understanding that to imply?
That's correct. That's on page 3 of the slide. And it shows $442,620. I'm sorry, $442,620 total reduction.
That's by direct action of the legislature.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? So we've had the presentation of the budget revision by staff. We can also go, any person can ask for an explanation, any further explanation. If there's anyone present that would like to ask about the budget.
Nope.
Any further explanation by TUSD staff? All right, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and reconvene our regular meeting. We're on to action item 9, final revision of fiscal year 2012-13 TUSD annual expenditure budget in accordance to ARS 15-905. Dr. Petticone.
And this we would recommend as submitted.
Thank you. Board members, a motion?
Second.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I thought I heard someone make the motion.
No.
Excuse me.
I asked, I need do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion then.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll
I have a
second.
second from Ms. Foster. Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
Oh, I have a question.
Ms. Foster.
And so can you just explain when we are, the final revision of the budget for last year, what does that means? We are just accepting that this is what we've spent our money on?
Yeah, throughout the year, I'll ask Nancy to add any detail. Throughout the year, budget funds are moved to facilitate needs the district has, and then adjustments are made. You've had 2 or 3 different revision reports that we've given you throughout the year. This is the final revision to close out the current year budget. And Nancy, anything else you need?
Right. This, the May revision is required, and what it does is capture any changes that happen through the year by the legislature, not by TUSD, but just adding to or subtracting from based on reductions that they give us, such as the capital reductions, and our ADM. It might include some growth if that happens, but there's some minor things that happen at the state that just contribute to this, but it's nothing, no changes on the district's part of how we're spending money. It's just making sure that we've got our capacity as high as we can get it.
Okay. Dr. Stegeman.
I just wanted to be clear. The 500,000 carryover, that was before or after adjusting for the 440K reduction?
The 500 is in M&O.
Right.
And it's in operations. The other, the 440 is capital.
Right. So you're saying on net, it almost cancels. I mean, if you look at our total budgeting. Right. Okay. Thanks.
And this budget is online for the public's review?
It will be. We have to upload it to the state, and then we upload it to our website, yes.
And that's one that we received?
Well, you have a copy of
this?
well, you actually have a copy of the whole budget.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And so that same budget will be
correct
online for everybody to see.
That is
how we
correct.
spent this money the past year.
It will be on the budget that we're talking about here will be online.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so DSEG monies also?
DSEG money has a section all its own, so it's on here. Yes.
Does it show how those funds were allocated at each site, at every
No,
school?
ma'am. No,
So
ma'am,
can you
it does
just-
not.
Can it be, because there's so much conversation about DSEG, I'm wondering, and I wish I had it. It just
okay
died on me, so I can't refer to what line I'm talking about. But the DSEG.
Okay.
Can you say how that is explained in the budget for people to
yes.
refer to?
If you go online, the proposed budget for DSEG is out there in line by line and school by school.
I'm sorry, proposed or what we actually?
No, the proposed. I'm sorry, the adopted, what we actually adopted.
What we adopted.
The school by school is out there by school, what we adopted. The summary, the district-wide, is also out there. Now then, for the May revision, we're not required to publish a school by school because in theory it probably didn't change, but you will see a district-wide. So you will see, and I don't believe there were any changes to how we were spending it for 12-13.
Okay.
But you would be able to see them both. You just wouldn't be able to see the school by school for the May revision. It's not required.
Okay, it's not required, but we have that information.
We have it on the adopted budget, yes.
To show more transparency of what we've done with funds, could we show that?
It is showing. It's showing in the adopted budget. You have it out there,
Okay.
the school by
Okay.
school. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Hicks.
I didn't see that.
Isn't what on the web that we got in our packet the budget? Or is this something different?
You have the May revision in your packet. It
Okay.
doesn't include a school by school DSEG.
Okay, right, doesn't have, right, but
Right.
you were saying that you need to upload this to the state?
Right, we upload these to the state.
So this isn't,
And then it will be uploaded to the website.
okay, what am I looking at on our,
It's not this revision. it's
What's
the
this?
previous revision. It would be the.
well, this
current
says 2013.
Right, and you, that would have been the.
That would have been the December revision.
Okay,
Now
So-
you're
okay,
Oh, Right.
okay, thank you.
And
I
upload
just
it
wanna
till you
keep-
approve it.
Hey, you guys are,
Right.
you're funding, so
Okay.
I'm just,
Okay.
So I was suggesting, can we show that for people who are interested? If we have that information, even though we're not required to show it, is it a choice for us to show that information or not?
Okay, we have the information for the school by school. That's what we're talking about, right? Okay, the school by school is out there in the adopted.
Right.
There have been no changes, so the adopted budget is still what the school by school DSEG is. So
But when
we could put that out there again, I suppose, as part of the May revision. it would be the same information.
Okay, that's what I was
Which is
asking.
already
Okay,
there.
sorry.
And it's already there online. as
Exactly.
is. We just
Right.
refer to it even.
Yes. Mhm.
I'm getting about that updated one, is it? Yeah, there was a little. Okay. Do we have any other questions, board members? To have a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks moves to have a
Oh,
second?
no, we'd already seconded
Oh, we have a
motion.
motion on a second, you're correct. Any other discussion? Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Dr. Stegeman?
Yes.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes. Item number 10, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers. Assistant Principal, Erickson Elementary School. Dr. Petticone.
Would recommend approval of Deanna Harris for Assistant Principal at Erickson Elementary.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? Item passes. Item 11, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers. Assistant Principal, VC Elementary School. Dr. Petticone.
We recommend approval of Marco Reese as Assistant Principal at VC.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Item 12, recommendation for approval of the proposed school year 2013-2014 desegregation budget. Dr. Petticone.
Okay, this item is going to be presented for board action this evening, and Mr. Brown is here, desegregation administrator, to go over details of this budget and ask for approval. Mr. Brown?
Madam President, board members, Dr. Petticone, Council Durkins.
Durkin.
Durkin. There's no S.
So we presented last Thursday. We presented last Thursday the budget, and we answered some real detailed questions and went through the comments. Tonight, I want to just review, touch upon some of the things that you guys asked about last Thursday, that the board asked about. Take any new questions or concerns after the board has had time to review the budget some more. We'll move on to the board either accepting, rejecting, or modifying the proposed USP budget. And finally, we'll review the special master recommendations, which the board may accept, reject, or modify, and then accept. So to start off, last Thursday, board member Hicks asked about the need to correct information from central to schools regarding reasons schools are not receiving DSEG funding. Once the budget is approved and finalized, we will develop a letter to staff outlining the process and the decisions, how those decisions will affect their duties, and what to expect in the coming months. So we will develop that after tomorrow, once the budget is approved. Board Member Juarez asked that we keep track of complaints regarding desegregation from school sites. So we will develop a process to track complaints internally and make it easy so it's not just an email to my department, but maybe something you can go on the intranet and just submit a complaint or concern.
Thank you.
Member Grijalva, President Grijalva asked that we provide a list of departments that receive overhead and how much they receive. We will develop this or something like it in the coming months. And Board Member Foster asked that she would like more information on how student services departments work together. It will be developed. I don't know if Jim wants to touch on that now, or if we can bring that sort of back to you.
I think we could bring it back.
Okay.
And I think it needs its own item.
And then Board Member Foster asked just now how people can know what DSEG money is at sites. After approval, we'll add a separate tab to the current budget that you have that will break the money out instead of by projects, but by sites and departments. There's some of those decisions haven't been made yet, and so there's some, like the summer schools, where it just says 2 middle schools and 2 high schools. Those haven't been determined yet. And the USP does require that after you approve the USP budget, that we do post that approved budget online. So that should be posted online, hopefully Wednesday, but at least Thursday or Friday at the latest. And then I just do want to ask, are there any further questions on the budget that the board had from last Thursday to now that I can clarify?
The one question I have is how, we touched on it a little bit. If we approve this budget, how much flexibility do we have to modify?
After discussions with finance, what happens right now is that there's a DSEG modification form that goes to the department head and then comes to the DSEG budget committee to decide if it's in line with the criteria and the goals. In discussions with finance, we've decided that once the budget is approved tonight, that's the budget that we have, and any changes will have to go through a modification process. The problem is that we haven't developed really a modification process. We'd probably direct people to use the same form that we're using now, but it would still go through a process. There would be a paper trail for any modifications that are made to what the board approves.
And so, no, I'm saying as a district and as a board, if when, you provide us with some additional information and we, have concerns or there's recommendation from different departments on how we can modify some things, how much flexibility is there within this budget for us to, move funds from, let's say we decide as we go forward in this process that professional development is going to require more or less funds and we need to make those modifications. How easy of a process is that going to be for us to do?
As far as a board-initiated modification, we will take direction from the board and make that modification. We will notify the parties. That's not really spelled out as clearly in the USP, but I'd imagine we'd follow the normal process of review and input where we'd notify the parties. They would have a certain amount of time to respond. If they didn't respond, we'd take that as a non-objection and we'd move forward.
Okay. Ms. Foster.
And along with that, what we've heard about is this is kind of a chicken and the egg process, right? We're developing it. And we're developing a budget for a plan that's also being developed. And so I want to reiterate how important that is, that as this plan develops and as we work through this, we have to be able to make changes. Because one concern I have is, it's the easy answer is always, we don't want to have any more directors. We don't have any, but there's only having one director added to our district for this kind of there lacks some supervision here, and we really need to be able to make modifications if that supervision is necessary. And I just want an example that Ms. Egbert has brought up is how we transform the transportation department through adding those supervisors, that middle management. That's what was lacking, and that was the missing link to having that department work. And so not having those middle management positions here, that accountability to do that, the work in the middle to make sure this is happening, I just don't see enough of that in here. And so I need to reiterate how important it is that we have the opportunity to revise and reallocate as needed when we find we're stuck somewhere and we're not finding the progress that we need, because we're in the chicken and the egg construction of this.
So a couple of things. Finance has proposed, just as an idea, that we don't take modifications throughout the year as we did this year because it's really chaotic, but that there are set dates when you would submit your set of modifications for that period. So I think that helps, because it's not as chaotic, and we can plan for October 1st is the date we can go to finance with this list of modifications and have them all dealt with at once in a timely manner. The second thing is that the special master has an implementation committee that has to oversee the implementation of the USP. So our project managers are going to be in touch with this implementation committee throughout the year. And I think that helps because those people will then know what's going on with the projects. They'll know when a need arises and we need to do a modification. It won't be sort of sprung on the special master and the parties. It'll be something that, at least from the special master's point of view, he'll understand the need for the change and the reason behind the change. So I think it'll make making the change a lot smoother
So
without
how many
objections.
times a year would you say that we could revise if necessary?
I think it's 6.
Six
I'm not
times
sure.
a year.
But we're trying to streamline the modification process so that it can be smoother
And
process.
another example, I just want to, we're already off schedule, right? We have missed some deadlines, which is just another example of, do we have enough people doing this work? We're off a lot of deadlines, and so do we have the right people on these projects? Not the right people, I want to take that back, I'm sorry. Is enough time allocated? And maybe, do we have enough positions to make this a success?
So that is what we're trying to find out right now. So I really don't have an answer. We're developing the detailed project plans. Part of developing a project plan is identifying the risks. What are your mitigation strategies? So we're going to learn those things over the next month or two before school starts to be able to get the right people in the right places. But we don't have an answer for that now.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Pettico.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Foster, part of the reason for the timeline issue was when the plan was approved, I think, and we knew that we couldn't meet the timelines that had been arranged half a year ago because the plan hadn't been approved until much later than that. You may want to talk a little bit about that because I think that Ms. Foster's referring to that as well.
Yeah, the hard part is that we had a sense of what, as we were building the USP, what was going to be in it and what was not, but we never really knew what was going to be in it until it was finalized and submitted to the court. And we didn't want to spend a lot of time planning and developing plans for things that may or may not be in the USP, or where one word could have changed the entire direction of that certain provision. So we really had to wait until it was finalized before we could sort of move forward with, big term, big scope projects and plans. And as I said on Thursday, I reiterate again that the USP was supposed to be out in June or July, which would have given us enough time to plan for the year. Last June or July. It came out 8 months later.
I have a question about the approval of this budget, and as far as the certified teachers and other staff that are listed here. Is approval of this, some of them have been allocated, I guess a majority of them have been allocated already, but there are some positions that don't have a name attached to them. So are these part of the postings that are coming out that you'll be recruiting for on the 18th or not? I don't know.
I guess I asked for an example, if you have a specific example.
Well, I'm just looking at the number of certified teachers that are listed, let's say even, I don't know, Tucson High. I just want to know if most of these positions are already filled with current staff, or are they open positions that are going to be opened?
Most of these magnet positions are filled with current staff.
Okay. Okay,
yeah,
so
we are advertising for staff, particularly where it says new FTE.
So any of the to be determined, any of those people,
correct.
If they don't have a name, then those are positions that would be opened up during this recruitment process?
Correct.
Okay. So there look like there's like quite a few of those. Dr. Stegman.
I have several questions.
Okay.
First, is this exactly the same as the budget that came to us last time? Are there any changes?
Thursday?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is the same.
Version 2.0 or 3.0?
Version 3.0. The version that you saw Thursday night.
Yeah, this is the same.
Yes.
Okay. Question two, and I've had a lot of communication from constituents on various aspects of this. So leave aside the budget constraint, which of course is important, but just from a legal viewpoint, if we didn't have the limitation in the DSEG budget financially, would it be possible to do everything that the post-unitary plan asks us to do using only DSEG funds, given the limitations in the statute on the use of those funds?
Yes, but we would run into some of the same issues in developing project plans, and these are some of the issues we've run into in developing project plans and getting into the detailed task level analysis. Things that 8 months ago we thought this could be done by October 1st, well, this is going to be done by April 1st the following year. So timelines and deadlines would shift. I think we could still comply with the USP as it is using the DSEG budget.
So the supplanting rule in the statute would not prevent you from paying for the whole DSEG plan out of DSEG funds. That's what you're saying, leaving aside the budget constraint.
Correct. We could pay for the implementation of the USP out of DSEG funds. And that's the way it's written and contemplated.
Okay, without running into any supplanting issues. That's your opinion. I mean, I guess I already asked that question, so I got the answer.
I don't know about not running into any supplanting issues.
Well, that is the substance of the question. Could you legally fund the entire PUP out of DSEG funds, given the limitations in the statute, or no?
I can't answer that question. I need finance to answer that question.
Well, it's really a legal question, I think. Okay, so the next question is, And I know staff has already communicated some of this to the board, but I think the public needs to hear it. Why does the DSEG budget as contemplated include $19 million out of M&O?
The DSEG budget portion of the DSEG of the USP budget, the reason we're not calling it the DSEG budget, and we keep referring to it as that, but in the USP it's referred to as the USP budget, is because it contemplates some funds to meet those obligations come from the DSEG funds, and some funds come from other sources. So the example, again, is Title I. If we're doing family engagement, better to do family engagement as a concerted effort, not have DSEG family engagement in Title I.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I spoke with that whole $19 million if it's coming out of M&O, and we know that's not true. So that was an error. So the smaller part of that is coming out of M&O, the question that's been posed to me is, why are we including that in the plan to the court for implementation of the PUP?
That's a specific requirement of the USP, that any funds that we expend beyond the DSEG, that we already expend, but that go to fulfill, that could be seen as going to fulfill an obligation of the USP, be included in the budget. So that is a specific requirement that we include those non-15910G funds, those non-DSEG funds in the USP budget.
So the implicit answer is that there is not enough money in the 63 or 64 million to implement, and therefore you're required to go into M&O to some extent. Okay.
No. The 19 million is money that we spend and we would spend anyways, but we spend on things that further the desegregation goals. And so back to the first part of your answer, if that 19 million wasn't there for some reason, all those grants went away and all that M&O went away, we would still find a way to execute the USP under the $64 million, with the $64 million, or the portion of it that's allocated for the USP implementation. The idea behind it is that the district spends a lot of M&O money on things that do contribute to meeting our DSEG obligations, and that should be reflected in the budget. Because a lot of times the conversation has been in the past, well, you have $64 million, and this is all you've given, for instance, to family engagement out of that $64 million is $800,000. Well, if we don't talk about the $2 million that comes out of Title I for family engagement, in many cases to engage those same families that we would engage through DSEG, it's only a part of the picture. So the idea behind this is that we show the full picture, so that the Title I and the DSEG money are seen as part of funding family engagement. So the family engagement effort out of TUSD is a $3 million engagement, not just the $800,000 that comes out of DSEG.
Right. So what you're saying is that staff, even if the PUP didn't exist, the staff would be recommending that those funds be spent in that way anyway.
The non-DSEG funds?
The non-DSEG funds.
Correct.
All right. And my very last question is, so then the allocation of funds to FTEs that the assistant superintendent for high schools was describing on Thursday for the 9th grade course and the other courses, those are all still in there?
For now, at this moment. That might be a thing that's modified depending on what happens tonight.
Through the as yet unspecified modification process?
Correct.
All right.
Mr. Hicks.
So just to clarify, for the past 30 some odd years that we've been getting DSEG funds, we haven't been spending $64 million. We've actually been spending $84.5 million.
No. But what we haven't been doing is we haven't been reporting out the non-DSEG money that the district spends that goes toward helping fulfill our obligations.
Right. But so technically it's been, because we haven't been showing it, but for all intents and purposes, we've been spending $84.5 million.
No, this is only for 13-14. I couldn't comment on.
So this is new then.
The idea of reporting the DSEG money in conjunction with other funding sources that go towards the same goals is a new idea.
Okay, but it's an old practice. We've been doing this before, is what I'm hearing.
We've been spending M&O money and money from other sources on activities that fulfill the requirements of those other funding sources, but also dually fulfill our DSEG requirements.
Okay.
Yes.
So technically, we've been spending 84 and some change.
I wouldn't be able to comment on the amounts from past years because we've never
Dr.
tracked
Pettico.
it this way.
I think I understand Mr. Hicks' question. The answer, I think that if I understand your question correctly, we obviously spent more money in support of the desegregation plan and even the post-unitary plan, but there was no way to calculate what that additional amount of money was in relation to what the cost of the issues were that we use desegregation money for. The reason this is new is because we're identifying and describing what that additional funding looks like with a plan that now is new and discrete. It's easier for us to calculate that today than it was 2 or 3 years ago or longer. All right, that's one of the reasons why this is an important procedure, is we're able to indicate here's what we're spending the money for, this is what the plan says we've got to do, and here's the additional money that comes out of other sources that supports the intent of this plan. We didn't have that specificity before. Would that be correct?
Yeah, we didn't have an order or a plan to follow to tie certain monies to specific activities.
Okay, are we going to be able to show what this 19 million is going to?
Yeah, it's identified in this budget. There's a total column for every project. There's a DSEG column, and there are additional columns showing other funding sources.
Okay.
Ms. Foster.
Okay, I have some questions as well. Well, first of all, what would you say is the most highly contested area of the budget, the most concern that you have heard the most controversy about?
Overhead.
Overhead.
Yeah.
Overhead. Okay. And is the original? I'm thinking it's we have version 1, version 2, and version 3. This is 3.0.
Correct.
And in version 1, so I would say that the most controversial part that we deal with is the culturally relevant and the multicultural part. That section is controversial in our community. And in version 1.0, there was a director for culturally relevant. Is that correct? The first budget that we saw did allocate funds for a multicultural director and a culturally relevant
It might
director.
have. I don't recall version 1.
I
I'm pretty
believe
sure
it
it was
did.
not in version 2. In version 2.
I think it was too.
I think there was. And so with moving into version 2 and version 3, that directorship was taken out. And does it say in the USP that we need to have that directorship? We had at the call of the audience, they talked about that. Someone spoke about that.
It's tricky because it is a legal document, and so you'll have lawyers on both sides arguing both cases. As I mentioned before, there was an earlier version of the USP that required a teacher support director and a professional development director. We determined that it could be done more efficiently and better, both of those tasks, by combining that and giving more support to that one person, rather than having that be 2 different directors with 2 different staff. We made the same decision on these 2 positions, but I couldn't really comment on that. I mean, it'd be a matter of opinion, and I think it could be argued both ways that it requires 2 separate people.
So
or the district, according to the USP, has the authority to organize itself the way that it sees fit.
Okay.
And if that means combining 2 positions in a more efficient manner, then that's acceptable.
So it's a legal opinion. I'll just second that.
That's fine.
It's a legal opinion if it is or is not mandated to have those 2 directorships.
Correct.
And it's up to interpretation. And I guess I just want to put out there that I really see this plan as protecting us from ourselves, because we have subconsciously or inadvertently not met the needs of our minority students, not because we wanted to, but because that's how what we know, the best practices that we understand, we haven't met their needs inadvertently. And so I think that area and to think about the ALE director, we're really comfortable with AP, we're comfortable with IB, we're comfortable with what we know, and we're not comfortable with this area of the culturally relevant. I mean, that is highly contested, and it's an area of uncomfort, and I want to advocate for not moving money from where we're uncomfortable, because I think that we need to challenge ourselves to, and it goes back to what are we funding enough to make it successful? And so I would advocate for that directorship to be put back in that was originally in the 1.0, version 1.0.
Mr. Hicks.
I'd like to move the item. It's 20 till 11.
I have a motion. I have a second.
No?
Are we still discussing, or?
I'll second.
I'll second.
I'll second for sake of discussion. Thank you.
So we're moving the item as is written, or with, I just heard two things. I heard my request to add the other director. I heard your request for the flexibility, and we discussed that flexibility. So do either of those need to be crafted within the motion?
The impression that I had when we talked about this position before, and any of the other positions, is that if we had a director in a certain area and they needed support, if that area was identified, we'd be able to make modifications. That's why I was asking about the flexibility in the budget. So initially, and I still I actually was advocating for combining the multicultural and the culturally relevant, because we keep getting criticized about how many central people we have everywhere while we're going through all of these budget cuts. So that was one of the, I was comfortable with that, and I think that I thought it was in the budget, but it definitely was in a list of people that were going to have to be hired under the unitary status plan. One of the first iterations of when we went through, there were like 43 positions identified, and then the district came back and said, well, we're going to be doing this many, and then that number continued to get smaller. And I think that was direction, so I don't think that was by accident. I mean, I think the board gave direction to do that. So I know that there are some areas here that we might have some concerns about, and some areas that I feel we're probably going to have to do some modifications, and I'm sure that will come forward as we go through this process. But as long as we have the flexibility to do that, then I'd like to go ahead and move. I'm comfortable moving the item as it is, knowing that we can always revise this if we see as we move forward that there really aren't enough people to do X, Y, or Z. And I'm sure that we'll be asking questions about it as we move forward also. Do we have Mr. Juarez?
And I certainly support what Ms. Foster is arguing, in that some of these, I mean, the whole purpose of the USP is to make sure that we are serving some of those minority populations and having enough staff to do that. So I'm also comfortable with the idea of making that change if we need to. And you're saying that 6 times a year we can make those adjustments?
That's the idea now from finance, that it'll be some, instead of just whenever, it'll be a set period where you can make modifications.
Sure.
And if I might add, the project plans are due by May 31st, so then we have June. We could come back to you with some updates in June, specifically on this question. What risks do we see as far as personnel? And we could bring that back to the board in June. Granted, the process with the court might be done or it might still be going on, but at least we could have that conversation when we've had some more time to analyze the needs that we have.
And I just want to reiterate again that preschool people are comfortable with. We're comfortable with the ALEs. We're comfortable with a lot in here. And I just want us to be open to, we're not meeting kids' needs, and we're being challenged to do things from outside perspectives, right? And we need to be open to those outside perspectives to move in the direction that we need to go for our kids.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Hicks?
No.
Mr. Juarez?
Yes.
Dr. Stegeman?
No.
Ms. Foster?
Yes.
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes. Item number 13, thank you, Mr. Brown. Item number 13, Arizona School Boards Association legislative proposal.
If I may.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
we
yes,
do
you're
have
right.
to go
I'm
through,
sorry.
the second part of that, which
We
is
have
special
part
master
2. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Recommendations. I'll try to move this along quickly. So any recommendation of the plaintiffs and special master not included in the final budget proposal shall be noted and separately provided to the governing board for consideration. That's right out of the USP. The special master's recommendations, some of them to a limited effect, but most of them do not apply to this current budget that you just approved. But nevertheless, believe it prudent that the governing board either accept, reject, or modify the special master's recommendations moving forward. So recommendation 1 is, I will paraphrase it just so we can get through this, that the district provide a legal rationale for the overhead, starting with the 14-15 budget for next year. So,
Mr. Hicks?
This is for the recommendation number 1?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. I move that we accept this recommendation to be implemented for the fiscal year 2014-15 desegregation budget.
Second. Oh, and Mark? No.
Mr. White has seconded.
I'll take it.
Any discussion? I do still want information about the overhead charges for this fiscal year, even though the recommendation from the special master is to apply 2014-2015. But I think that the board would like more information about that. So we have a first and a second, and a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, sir.
Recommendation 2 is that the district work with the plaintiffs and special master to agree on specific criteria for determining the amount of DSEG funds that can be used to support various programs.
Mr. Hicks?
I'd like to make a motion that we reject this recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
So this is really, I just jumped in. I'm sorry.
Ms. Foster?
And so this is because we do not agree. Can you just explain this a little bit further? I'm trying to follow that, because you paraphrased, I was trying to follow along, that we give the special, so we would ask the plaintiffs and the special master to agree on how we're using the money to support the various programs, or which we're actually doing through the budget process anyway?
Correct. It's part of the budget process. It's in the USP. But what's written in the USP, in many cases, this is just one instance, is that the district will come up with a process. Then the parties have a chance to review, comment, object if they like. This is really infusing a sort of a separate step. It says the district will work with the special master and plaintiffs in developing this criteria, which is not written into the USP specifically the way that this is written.
So in developing the criteria, that's the operative word, that usurps our district power, let's say, to work on, create our own programs.
To create our own criteria for analyzing how DSEG funding should be spent.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second that the governing board reject this recommendation. All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? Item passes.
Recommendation 3 is worded a bit different, but it is in effect the same as recommendation 2.
So how's it different?
It's not. The way that the problem is the way that the recommendations were presented to us, they weren't really presented with numbers. So this is a recommendation that appears in 2 different places. So just out of an abundance of caution, we think that you should vote on it because it appears as 2 separate recommendations, even though the wording is the same.
Ms. Grijalva?
Dr. Stegman?
Then for clarity, could you maybe read a little bit of it? So,
yeah.
Because otherwise it's a mysterious motion.
The district should work with the plaintiffs and the special master to agree on specific criteria for determining the amount of desegregation funds that can be used to support its various programs.
All right, I'll move to reject that recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 4.
Recommendation 4 is that the district develop and implement a plan for assessing student support programs, including the functions of learning support coordinators. And then it lists some things that that assessment should include, and suggests that this be combined with the needs assessment that's already in the USP that doesn't include these additional components.
Okay. And I just want to make the comment that this would be in line with what we were just asking for as far as support services and how they're working together. Part of that would be included in this this request. Is that right?
Correct. The board could direct that staff do everything in this paragraph, but we'd be doing it at board direction, not as part of a court order.
So it
court order
doesn't stop
mandate.
us from doing this.
No,
Right.
and we'd already
Absolutely not.
asked for a whole item to come back regarding the support services. So I think that this is asking for a little more information, but we've asked this information of our superintendent in the past, and also from Ms. Manconi. So
it's really the special master could be revising portions of the USP through such a recommendation.
Yeah, this appears to be an instance of there's a needs assessment in the unitary status plan. The special master thinks it should be a more robust needs assessment, and through a budget recommendation is ordering that we add to the needs assessment that's in the USP.
Mr. Juarez.
And this is something, again, to reiterate, that we're already doing, and more than likely we'll be doing in such a robust fashion.
Correct. I mean, I don't know if it's robust in the way that the special master thinks it's robust, but it's
Sure.
it is something
it leaves us with the governing board to make that decision.
Correct.
Any, Dr. Stegeman?
I'll move to reject recommendation 4.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 5.
Recommendation 5 is that the district evaluate the Linda Mood Bell program against such criteria as described above, and the described above is a set of criteria that the special master suggests, and make appropriate changes in the Mexican American Student Services Department before its reading support effort is implemented in the coming year. Is the first part of that recommendation. The second part, and the Linda Mood Bell program, for those that don't know, is a program that is funded in the current USP budget that the special master has had some concerns with, and feels that we should measure it against a certain set of criteria to determine whether we should proceed with that approach or not. The second part of that recommendation is if the district chooses to continue with the way the student support programs currently are organized, which is 4 different sort of subdivisions or sub-departments within equity. The recommendation is that the district gradually increase its support for Mexican American Student Services, and again, paraphrasing, but based on the percentage of Hispanic students compared to the low percentage of the other 3 groups.
Well, and I guess I'll speak for myself in that I don't necessarily have an issue with the district looking into that. I mean, we could have our own personal feelings about that, the first part of that paragraph, because I personally do have some issues with that reading support effort. And I also do believe that because Mexican American Support Services is serving a population that's significantly greater, that my issue is that I'm not sure if we've had enough data to support any of the efforts of any of the student support services. So that's one of my concerns. But I think that for me, I want this discretion to be here at the governing board and not, I think it does exceed the scope of the special master's authority. So I would like to move to reject this recommendation, but that I would like the district to look into specifically the reading support program.
Second.
Ms. Foster.
And this kind of goes back to my point that I made before, that I agree it's about the scope of authority, and we do need to protect the district's authority to make decisions. But I welcome this feedback. I definitely welcome this feedback, and I don't want to argue and get into the differences, but I mean, this is the kind of feedback that I really think we need to be open to. And so if it's not, so this does not stop us from incorporating that feedback from outside perspectives, because I think that is the critical thing that we need to embrace if we're going to meet the meet the success of our students. So again, I will reject this, but just about the board's authority to make those decisions. But I hope that we are very open to these suggestions and really think critically about what we're doing. So,
yeah. Mr. Juarez.
There's quite a few experts out there, which is what I think Ms. Foster is alluding to, and I certainly support the input from a lot of those experts nationally. But I also support the idea of keeping that with the governing board. Again, I certainly am open to that suggestion that we should look at that. Okay. I looked at the curriculum or the program itself a little bit, and it didn't necessarily hit all my bells and whistles. So I'm open to the same kind of input.
So recommendation 5, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 6. Are you doing?
All right.
Okay. Am I reading it?
The recommendations in future USP budgets that would be starting in school year 14-15, the district should list each set of program-related proposed expenditures along with current year expenditures and actual projected expenditures. And for each such program area, it should also identify expected outcomes.
Board members?
I move that we accept the recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 7.
All right. Recommendation 7: the district should examine the feasibility of further expanding early childhood programs and what it would have to do less of to finance such programs.
Board members?
I move that we accept this recommendation as well.
I second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 8.
Recommendation 8, the district should formalize its commitment to ensuring that unexpended desegregation funds are retained to support provisions of the USP in a way that addresses sound accounting practices and ensures transparency.
Board members? Dr. Stegman?
There's been some discussion of this one. I'll move it and see in a modified form of it based on a suggestion of Ms. Durkin and see what people say. Just inserting 6 words. The district should formalize its commitment to, so in other words, rejecting as written and proposing this substitute. The district should formalize its commitment to ensuring that unexpended desegregation funds are retained to the extent allowed by law to support provisions of the USP in a way that addresses sound accounting practices and ensures transparency.
Okay, so that's a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 9.
All right. Recommendation 9, the district should describe how it will begin to implement the plan for the family centers during the coming year. This recommendation has actually already been done. We have provided this initial description to the board and to the parties.
Okay. Board members? So since it's already been done, we should go ahead and accept the recommendation. So I'll make that as a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Recommendation 10.
Finally, the district should develop a 3-year plan for increasing student access to dual language programs that can become part of its overall strategic planning.
Mr. Hicks?
I move that the governing board reject this recommendation as it's not required by the USP.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I would like to suggest a substitute motion that we reject this recommendation, but because in the USP already has dual language expansion in it, so I don't want to put this proposal of developing a 3-year plan, but I do want to encourage the expansion, and so it is part of the USP. So I guess
this goes back.
Is that a form of amendment?
That would be like a substitute.
Second, I think.
But
right.
You want to just do
if you
amend it?
Yeah, I would be happy to amend it if you'd be open to doing that.
I'm open.
Okay.
I accept that.
So I just wasn't sure what the motion was exactly.
It basically was, we've already talked about increasing dual language opportunities in our schools, and the USP already has dual language expansion in it. And so I was just sort of explaining the fact that it has nothing to do with a lack of support for dual language programs, but it has something to do, my reservation about just accepting the recommendation is that this 3-year plan, we might want to have the flexibility to have a shorter window to do that, some different sort of implementation, and I don't want us to be restricted by that.
So the motion is to reject the recommendation, but to state our support for what's in the USP about dual language. Is that the sense of the motion?
That USP already has dual language expansion in it, so we're rejecting the 3-year
Right.
plan.
Okay.
Okay. So the first and the second is good with the substitute? Okay. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on to item 13, Arizona School Boards Association legislative proposals. Board members. So there was
And I have to use my
the
phone
request
because my
and-
computer died.
Mr. Hicks.
I'd like to recommend the changes or the additions that board member Foster put in.
Second.
That we read.
Okay. And then on this item, were we to select a representative?
Well, we've done that in the past.
Yes, we did that, right. Is anyone
Miguel's not here
interested?
anymore.
That's not on for tonight.
That's not on for tonight. Okay, so we're just dealing with the legislative proposals.
Yep.
And we're going to go ahead and we have a first and a second to move the items, Ms. Foster, the terminology, Ms.
Do you
Foster
want to
suggested.
go over those, or they were the
But they'll be, we've all
Maybe
done
we should state what
they
we're
are.
saying.
Sure.
highlights.
So this was our feedback that we give as a governing board to the Arizona Association of Governing Boards, right? Of issues that we would like them to advocate for on our behalf for TUSD.
It's an annual, then this is the first
Right.
time that they've left it sort of open for us to kind of craft our own.
Right, so looking at, I'm going to start from the bottom, actually, looking at specific issues that we would like them to advocate for, to introduce bills for, legislation, and I suggested looking at a bill for all-day kindergarten statewide, as well as half-day preschool statewide.
Crystal.
You have a big one?
Here.
Is that easier? Sounds like, thank you. And that if looking at, there's the bill right now about using achievement to give funds for schools who achieve better than other schools. And I would like us to consider asking for comparing apples to apples, so using similar socioeconomical levels. So somehow to advocate for using socioeconomical levels when we're evaluating performance in schools across our state, and also to advocate for continuing and expanding possibly career ladder and Prop 301 opportunities, because both of those across the state will be ending soon, and we definitely need to support our teacher pay, right? Teacher salaries with that. So that was in the specific issues for bill introduction. For short-term issues, what we could look for statewide for the next 3 to 5 years. Definitely we need funding for Move On When Reading, because with this legislation to keep our third graders back if they don't pass the test, we definitely need funding for that. Looking at triangulated data rather than a single test focus when looking at evaluating school districts, schools and teachers. And then looking at various models for the SCI program, not a singular 4-hour block that doesn't work for all communities in our state. So those are short-term issues, and then long-term issues about our core beliefs that we need to keep advocating for and hold on to: definite public education funding, class size, and teacher recruitment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Item
Yes.
passes.
Do you need that back?
Thank you. Item number 14, removal of community.
Sorry.
Removal of community member from the TUSD Technology Oversight Committee. This is requested by the Technology Oversight Committee. Do we have either Dr. Stegeman to.
Yeah, I'll move, and this was basically an attendance issue. I'll move that we remove Kevin Dignam from the TOC.
Second.
And this is an adult community member?
Yes.
Okay. And so then we'll just have an opening?
Yeah, then we'll have something to
Okay.
fill.
Could we ask questions, or are we making the motion first?
Ms. Foster?
Well, I made a motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, but now we can
Second.
discuss.
Go ahead.
So who appointed this individual, because they're appointed, correct, by the board?
The board.
So do we know? Okay, but did somebody recommend his?
Dr. Stegman?
This particular application came from outside. I don't think this particular one was solicited by any board member. He is the IT director for JTED, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and yeah, no, I think that was an unsolicited application originally.
And so we have evidence he just has not participated in.
Yes, I mean, I think Mr. Hicks and I could both agree with the TOC's assessment that he hasn't been to most of the meetings for quite a long time.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it wasn't that he was not a good member, it's just he wasn't showing up.
He wasn't able to come. Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Item passes. Item number 15, study action item, 9th grade multicultural curriculum course. Dr. Petticone.
Okay, this item is brought to the board's attention to clarify some of the issues that resulted from the last board meeting regarding consideration of a 9th grade multicultural course. So I'll ask Dr. Manconi to provide a backdrop for what that process issue was, what it actually was driven by, and then the recommendation that we have regarding this item.
Point of order. I believe that we have passed the curfew, and so if we want to proceed legally, we would have to have another motion.
I'll move that we extend our curfew until we finish this item.
Second.
All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you. It was 4-1. Item passes. Dr. Manconi.
Thank you, President Grijalva, members of the board, Dr. Petticone, and Council Durkin. I'm going to review a little bit about where we've been, where we are, and then what our recommendation is this evening. As you know, we started this work in the fall with the idea of creating multicultural courses as were indicated in the board's resolution and as were mentioned to us in the ADE order. We were in the research and discussion phase for these courses when the unitary status plan was unveiled. The USP produced a couple of dilemmas for us. First, it added 8 more courses to the development work that we weren't expecting to do. Secondly, it was confusing in that the language about multicultural courses was unclear, and the language about the culturally relevant courses said all feasible grade levels. So what does that mean? With little time available to us, we continued the multicultural course creation and began the culturally relevant course creation, and the 9th grade course was part of that process. Currently, there's 11 courses that are nearing completion, including that 9th grade course we discussed last board meeting. So in February, because all of this was in the middle of its progression, we started our work with our high school principals to plan for registration, always with the understanding that new courses would need board approval, but knowing that if principals didn't understand or plan for the possibilities, we could very easily find ourselves in June unprepared to implement the USP. So, unlike our normal registration process, however, we usually have detailed student and parent information, and that wasn't available for the new courses as they were under development. Yet at the same time, we're trying to make room for a pilot for the multicultural courses in the 3 schools, and of course, the pilot for the culturally relevant courses. So the compression in that development time that came from the USP put us in a real, I think the words we've been using are process issues, and they were. The course development was and continues to be very detailed and time-consuming. We're still not completely finished. There were many revisions based on staff and reviewer feedback, and consequently, we really did, here in this office, our first complete review of that 9th grade course this past week. So based on that, I'd recommend that the course undergo further study and that we delay implementation at this time. This will allow us the time to communicate further with parents, to explore further design with appropriate staff, and provide the board the needed time to determine if the course could or should function as a requirement for graduation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board members? Ms. Foster.
Delayed for how long?
That's really still to be discussed. There's a couple of ideas. You could delay till second semester. You could delay till 14, 15. I think really we have to circle back and take a good look at what the course entails and have that discussion with you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Pettico.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note that when the conceptualization for some kind of a class for ninth graders, the discussions first began, it really began around the idea that we saw lots of ninth graders incurring failure as they entered ninth grade from middle school, and then from 9th to 10th and from 10th to 11th. So we initially discussed the concept of having some kind of a bridge course that students that were entering the ninth grade could take that would help increase the likelihood of their success. Well, those were some of the initial discussions that took place. Then it kind of morphed into a discussion as the result of the board's resolution of a multicultural course to get at many of the same issues. And then it moved from that point forward, as Dr. Manconi is saying, as the construction of the courses took place, it gained momentum. And as Dr. Manconi said, the justification for why there was any action taken this spring at all was to give the board an opportunity to make whatever decisions they were going to make. And without having done that, that's what I heard staff say, there would be no option for the board to do that. So that's where it was a couple of weeks ago. In looking at the course itself, recognizing that we have a commitment not only to run courses through the public as well as through the Department of Education, because there's work that's been done from the very beginning through Dr. Manconi's office to say any course that we're going to recommend to the governing board has to pass the approval, certainly, to make sure we don't end up in the same place we were at before. It's very clear that we simply have to continue to work on this course, which is what we're recommending. So anything from this point forward needs to be screened through the board. Discussions should take place about whether or not a bridge class is something you support. What should that look like? And then as we enter into this curriculum, what does that curriculum need to include? And we're getting great advice. I think the committees have worked very hard on these courses, but a lot of work needs to be done before anything.
They're very open to that work. We've had that discussion with them.
And I also think that it's important to value the caliber of expertise that has been gathered to look over some of this, that we have national experts that have been looking over this curriculum and giving suggestions. And so, I think it's important that we keep in mind all of that contribution as well, and not be too short-sighted on what we know would be beneficial for our students. We just have to really have a conversation about what that's going to look like.
Agreed.
Mr. Hicks.
Who is writing the curricula?
There's a list of about 9 people that I would be happy to send to you. It includes high school teachers from University High, Rincon High School, and Saguaro High School. There's also a couple of folks from the Equity Department, and I'm missing someone, but I'd be glad to provide that list for you.
So I was informed that it's actually up in a couple of universities here in Arizona and a couple other universities that are looking at this.
Actually, it went through a series of 2 different sets of reviews. The first set of reviews went to a number of university folks at Northern Arizona University, ASU, U of A, and Pima Community College. And then the second review, which is just coming to the end, is a national review, and there's I want to say safely 6 to 8 different universities that are involved with that at the national level, and they've been giving us feedback, which the committee has been looking at.
Which area is looking at these, of those universities?
There's a variety. Some are professors of multicultural studies. Some are professors in a more specific area of multicultural studies. Some are curriculum experts who work in universities and teach curriculum classes. It varies, and we can certainly provide some of that information to you once they're done. We've got the list of all those folks and what their positions are and where they are.
Okay, and is it being written to follow the lines of the Common Core?
Yes.
So it is being written?
Yes, all the courses have the Common Core as a lens, absolutely.
And, okay, and just so, when I presented the resolution, as the course would be an elective course, not be a required course. So I just want to still clarify that was nowhere was anything a required course for students to take. I believe.
Understood.
Okay.
Dr. Petticoat.
Yeah, this course has little to do as it evolved with the resolution that the board made. The resolution that the board made is being handled by other courses that are being reviewed and other efforts that are being made through the department as well.
Correct, because in that set of 11 courses, you also have a multicultural American history course, a multicultural American government course, and then you have 8 culturally relevant courses. So that's aside from this 9th grade course.
Mr. Juarez. I'm sorry, were you done, Mr. Hicks?
It's aside from, so the 9th grade course
was one of 11 courses.
The other 8
But
are.
And that wasn't part of the. Okay, forget it. It's late.
Classes are at 11th and 12th.
Mr. Juarez.
So, I mean, we talked a little bit about the timetable on this. Obviously, going too far out, I think, is going to be problematic. It's inevitable, and it's the elephant in the room that this is a very politically charged course. It shouldn't have to be, and that's really the point that we're all trying to make, is that the courses that some of the press continue to refer to as a replacement course, this is a whole new approach. And really, that's what we need to be addressing, is that this curriculum was, something that initially came out of a proposal, but I think everyone would agree that a multicultural approach to looking at social science and history is something that's, we're going to be working on. So in terms of the timetable, would you say that it's fair that maybe if we don't go necessarily in the fall, but we go into second semester, would that allow staff enough time to really kind of put something together and put it in front of the governing board?
Possibly, but I think one of the things you'll have to consider if you do it in second semester of this coming year as opposed to the 14-15 school year is you may need considerably more FTEs than you've allocated.
Sure.
And I'm not, that's something you'd have to think about in the discussion.
And we discussed earlier in today's meeting that we would allow for that flexibility. So I'm sure that's something we can move towards if we need to. I guess I'd like to see what this looks like sooner rather than later, and waiting a whole year, we are looking at a bridge course, and so that's definitely something that I would like to direct staff to kind of be cautious, but definitely get a move on.
Dr. Petticoat.
Yeah, the process of doing something like the course that's being suggested will require, for example, having conversations with community about whether or not a required course makes sense in and of itself, regardless of what the topic is, because there's only a couple of ways to do that. One of those ways, with the number of credits that a student has to take in high school, is you add another half a credit to the requirement. So instead of 23 credits, according to state rule, it'll be 23 and a half, or you take one of the 6.5 electives that a student has in high school and make one of those, this course. That once you do that, then you've got to inform parents about what the course would be. And that means we have conversations about why this is an important course for students, getting affirmation support from parents as well. And then at the same time, you're looking at whether or not the context and the content, rather, of the course really matches what the board supports and what we're trying to do. So that process really will be somewhat lengthy and needs to be.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree, and I think the way I see it is they're going to experience a lot of stuff in college, as it's been addressed before, and this is kind of a good preview in preparing our students for that. It also, in my opinion, raises the rigor. It raises the bar for our students, which is what we're always talking about. So I definitely appreciate what you're saying, Dr. Petticoat, but I think this is definitely something I think the community is going to get behind. And we need to ensure that we get that out as far wide as we can when we're talking about it in the public.
Dr. Segaman, then Mr. Hicks.
Was staff looking for a motion?
I'm sorry, Dr. Stegman, I didn't hear you.
I just was staff looking for a motion to?
No, we were actually recommending to you that we delay at this time because.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Hicks.
I think, Mr. Juarez, the main thing that individuals were looking at is this was being a required course for all freshman students to come in.
Sure.
when you start doing that type of requirement and no curriculum, nobody knows anything, with the charge that we were just doing, like it or not, people are going, wait a minute.
Sure. And if you
period. I mean, it's not a fact of it's just a new course. It's it was the way that it was presented, and it was the way it was brought. It was there was also no, like Dr. Petticone was indicating, there's this another burden on the kids in regards to more credits that they got to take, and whether or not it goes towards state requirements or any of the. Nothing was out there, and and I'm sorry, I was a little miffed at the fact that this was brought before us, and we were not even prepared for. I mean, I thought that was pretty, lowballed on us. Just to be honest with you,
Ms. Foster.
I'm going to use your word because I've been trying to search for the right verb about how I feel about
Hold on,
this,
Mike.
and so I will just use the word miffed. That something so important was mistreated and miscommunicated, and the concept of this whole required, it's not okay to have such an important course messaged like the way it did last week, and it threw this entire process off track, which was unnecessary. And I won't accept putting it off because of that mistake. Because there's been too much work and too much important focus, and it's too much a part of this plan that we are dedicating ourselves to. And I'm sorry that staff presented it the way they did, and that the concept of elective to required or whatever happened. But it's not okay to stop the important work we're doing because of that. And we put these students end up in these classes, and if they don't want to be there, and if parents object to that, then we take them out and they can have another class. But how it got from an elective to being messaged that it was, and I said this last week, that this whole messaging of going from an elective to required messes it up for the entire district and the entire community, something that I think is so critical and so much work is going into, and something so delicate and political. To have that happen is I'm miffed. That's the word I could use something much stronger.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Dr. Petticone.
Nothing has changed in terms of the courses that are assigned with the intention that you're talking about. This was staff's effort to try to prepare for what the board might choose to do if you wanted a freshman class. The other 10 classes that are required by the unitary plan and by the governing board are in play, and they'll be presented to the governing board as they should be. Nothing has changed with that. So as we've said a number of different times, and I've spoken with board members about staff's intention, it was really designed to give the governing board the option, and it came across in a presentation that really came out ahead of a lot of other things that we wanted to.
And now we don't have the option.
And well, you probably weren't going to do it anyway because of the kinds of things I just talked about. They have a freshman class that would be required for any class at all, requires a great deal of cultivation, which is really what we were concerned about from the very beginning as well. But if the board chose to do something, the only way that could be done, and that's what I hear staff saying, would be to give that option. It was a place-setting opportunity in each of the 3 pilot schools. You understand that it didn't work out. Certainly, the fact that we had the situation we had a couple of weeks ago is regrettable, but it hasn't done anything to the courses that are being designed to go along with the USP or the intention of the board for a multicultural curriculum. That's still in place, and that will be, as it always has been, developed, and you'll be hearing more about that in the near future. So just so you know that's what...
It was devastating to the perspective and the community's understanding. And we have, I believe in the people who are working on this, and it is what happened the last meeting is devastating to our community's understandings and perceptions.
Sure.
And that is... So we move forward and we work around that, but we don't stop this process.
Mr. Juarez.
Well, no, that's what we're saying.
And I'd like to direct staff to maybe give us updates as we're moving along, because I would like to see this in second semester. I understand your concerns with adding FTEs, but like I said, we allowed for that flexibility. And to address Mr. Hicks's perspective, if you didn't watch the 10 o'clock news with Sean Moody over there, I too was surprised with the approach. That doesn't necessarily mean I don't value the curriculum or the efforts that have been made to this point. I think really it speaks to us needing to communicate a little bit more effectively with one another. And I like where we're going with this, and I trust that staff and their administration is going to provide us with a quality curriculum that we can run by the community to vet, if you will. I also am not. It's not lost on me that again this is a very politically charged thing, and again it shouldn't be. This is just public education. This is what we're modifying so that we can reach out to those students that we're losing. So I agree with Ms. Foster's passion, and I definitely agree with what Dr. Petticone saying is this is too important to not do it right. And I think we were kind of rushing a little bit, and I understood the circumstances as to why we had to. But I'm looking forward to seeing this curriculum and implementing it and getting our kids to not fall through those cracks again.
Okay. All right. I think Dr. Stegman.
Well, I was miffed too, but the whole DSEG thing has been a very complicated process, and I think staff has gracefully recovered, and I appreciate that. And I know a lot of work's gone into it. I know the intention was good. So, I mean, I was miffed too, but you know, it's we all goof things up once in a while, certainly me included. So where staff would go from this point, I assume, is you would notify the principals, if you haven't already, that we're not implementing this in the fall, and then they would promptly, I assume, notify the families and the students and everyone in their communities.
Well, since the schedules haven't really gone out and been completed, they'll be able to do that in that process. Would that be correct, Dr. Morano? Yes.
Right, and I want to emphasize, I think this is consistent with the spirit. I think the issue here was not, the content. I think the issue here was really the timing and the process. And what we're really doing now is going back to what would be more normal, sort of a normal, less rushed timing, as dictated by how the thing progresses and how staff feels it should come to the board. So it's just going to look more like a regular course development would look, with a regular approval and review process.
Hey, thank you. Now we're on to future agenda items, board members.
Thank you.
Ms. Foster, thank you.
So a few weeks ago, I sent a request for information about the standards that we had passed and how that had affected Vail Middle School specifically, and we talked about, and in that request, I asked for a report to understand how these standards, and we really talked about them a lot tonight, right, with the RFIs and our counselors and our librarians, and how have the standards that we passed affected each of these sites, because my understanding is that at Vail it's affected it greatly, and I think we need to be able to stop and make accommodations accordingly before we get into the school year, so we can preempt some devastating effects that we're going to have if the case is that at certain sites we have problems because of what we have with the formula. Because of course the formula, that's what we've said, to standardize and be consistent, but we need to be open to if it's not working at a particular location. And so I know we got the answer about Vail, and the answer was that they were allocated more this year than they would have been, and so now this is a more drastic drop for them than other schools. And so what do we do? How do we make an accommodation there so that they don't have that drastic drop for Vail? So I would like to look at that, number one, and then number two, what other sites out there? I mean, we're hearing from people at Vail, but are there other sites that are being more affected than others because of the standards that we have voted on, so we can make adjustments before we move forward? I don't know how that's an agenda item, but we need to definitely address that before the end of the school year, I hope.
Dr. Petticone.
So I'm not even sure I understand what you're asking for. You want another report then on the impact of all schools with the standards? Or, I mean, is there something that we can do to more specifically address what you're concerned about? Because it'll be different from school to school, and we'd have to look at whether they're schools are adjusting to it. We can ask leadership to do an analysis.
I'm talking about the standards. So the M&O, the standards that we've set around counselors, around class size, around librarians. And we looked at tonight where more cuts at other schools than not at other sites. And we've heard about what's happening at Vail, and it's very, very difficult right now. I don't know what's going to happen to the program.
We need to just understand what you want because it's not on the agenda. So
right, so that's why I'm asking for an agenda item.
Obviously, the report that came out on Vail, and that was unfortunate. How we work on that is something that we can come back, but I'm not sure that we then alter the formula or say, look, because this happened.
I guess my concern is because it's not agendized, and so you're requesting an agenda item.
Just need to understand.
So maybe if you could
help me form this.
Well, if you can get with Dr. Petticone, and we're on the agenda committee, so we understand the intent, and then I think that way staff can better put together the information that you are asking for.
Or a report.
Well, and I think I tried to say it, that a report on how our standards that we passed are affecting the sites, because if we put in a chart, me and my charts, we would see a red flag at Vail. This is not, something's not working with, and just to say it's unfortunate, so what do we do if something's unfortunate at a site? So could we have a report for the different sites, how our standards are affecting these sites as they're preparing and planning for next year, so we can, and I'll stop this so we can.
So would like a table with Vail, loss of however many teachers from DSEG, from what I mean, is that what you want? I'm just asking, like Pueblo, they lost a counselor, librarian. I mean, do you want positions? Do you want
even
people?
Maybe a narrative from each principal? How are these affecting your next school year, or somehow so that we can understand?
I don't know how to do. We'll get together and talk about it. We'll try to figure out.
Okay.
Okay. Any other?
Right here,
Mr. Juarez.
In light of the email that was presented to us, I'm looking at the email from Reginald McClellan and David Wilson to our Chief Operations Officer. I'd like to get a little bit more information on this. I'm a little concerned with this final statement, as was discussed with Ms. Egbert, a possible increase in illness and pest issues. I get that that's in an email, but I would like a report on the impact of not a report. Here, let's do it a little better. I'd like to look at what are some additional scenarios that we can do. And I understand that this is cost savings issues, and it almost seems like we're going backwards. But this is a little too important to ignore. So I'd like to direct staff to give us some sort of scenarios as to what we could do to minimize these impacts.
And these might actually go together a little bit. Sounds like they might cross each other. The requests.
Sure. I mean, with the understanding that staff, specifically some of our blue collar workers, need to understand that this is. They might not necessarily get everything that they want from this, but I certainly want to evaluate this because this decision did kind of come in a little fast, and we had some time to look at the numbers. But really, this just is a little disconcerting.
Are you talking specifically about like the square footage?
Yeah, exactly.
Why don't we do something like
just have an agenda item?
Yeah, we'll do that agenda.
That's what I mean.
We'll look at a report on what square footage is, how the standard was figured, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Right. Great. Because I mean, and also what I would like from that is some possible scenarios as to how we could maybe modify that and go back and look at that again. I'm not saying that we have to. I'm just saying that I'd like to see some scenarios as to how we minimize that. Site by site maybe is impossible, but I'd like to look at some examples of how we can improve on that, because this is very disconcerting.
Okay. You're just asking
I'm
for
done.
an agenda
Yeah,
item.
we're just
Okay.
asking for an agenda. Yep.
You're just asking. You can't talk about it.
Over and over and over.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
It's adjourned.
Thank you for
We're the-
trying.
I think.
Can I get a copy of the